geometry nodes, we're going to take any...
Okay, this video is a direct follow-up of the last one I did about the self-constructing surface. And we basically...
What's up, guys? Justin here with B.
I chose Wix for my business because of its massive scope for functionality and freedom of creation. Being able to integrate and change and develop.
Whoa. Alright. Hello, everyone. I'm back. Welcome back. Okay. Ugh. Sorry. I was eating something spicy before I started. My tongue still burns. Anyway. Okay. Today, we are going to do more Geometry Node tutorial following things. Just like trying out different things while trying to get an understanding of geometry nodes while wait, what? While getting my hand held a little bit. Sorry. Okay. So yeah, what we're gonna do today. I can pull that up right now. Wait, where is it? Wait, hold on. All right. Wait. Put this up on screen. There we go. It's a little screen again. It doesn't take up a lot of room. God, sorry. I don't want to do that like over and over again. This is my line of thinking, okay? This virus video is 30 minutes long. And by the looks of it, now that I understand Geo Nodes a little bit more, it looks basically just like a noise texture used on a circle and then maybe with hair added to it. I still want to do this one because it looks like they're 30 minutes long. It looks like they're going to do a lot of stuff that looks very interesting. But because it is 30 minutes long, I don't want to do it right now. So I think we're going to create awesome surface effects with Geo Nodes first. It's 17 minutes long. Afterwards, we'll do Joey's 3 tricks with this one Geo Node video, and then we could do, this is an interesting one, turning anything into rock. We might do this one, although it is 20 minutes long, which I guess is like pretty close to 17 minutes, so it's not that big of a deal. I wonder if I should maybe push this one forward a bit, though. The every node in geometry, in Blender geometry nodes. I don't know how many parts there are. At the moment, I can only see 2 parts, both of which are quite long. Here's a third part, actually. And wait, let's see if there's a 4th part. There isn't. What is this called again? This is Hey Pictures, 9 months ago. 11 months ago. 1 year ago. Okay, sorry. I was just making sure. So yeah. But this is like literally like an hour and 30 minutes worth of content going over each geometry node. I think it's good to watch. I don't know if I watch it on stream though. I could do like a every day I watch one of these videos, but that does mean I will have to be doing geometry nodes for another 3 days, which I don't know if I'll be doing this in another 3 days. At some points I would like to pivot to rigging. So yeah. We'll see though. Okay, apart from those 3 videos, we also have, oh, this is the virus one again, sorry. I moved it back, that's why. Disintegrate objects, that's also very interesting. Drawing with fire is also another interesting one. press against surfaces. It's kind of hard to tell what that means exactly. I think he shows it off here a little bit where like this is like a box area, and anything that gets close to it is basically stopped completely. Self-building surfaces sounds really cool too. Amazing Lego geometry node setup sounds interesting. Dynamic water ripple effects also sounds really cool. This isn't a geometry node one. This is just a time lapse that I wanted to watch. But this is probably going to go into like watch later kind of thing. Self-wrapping ribbons sounds really interesting. Cobweb generator with geometry nodes by Joey again. Joey again with the lightning arcs. The fuzziest. Oh my god, it's all Joey. What the fuck? No wonder he made that video relatively recently of like how all his videos are updated because about geometry nodes. This is really cool. Procedural tentacles. Dope as shit. This waving tentacle thing's also pretty sick. And obviously, like I said, when I watch a video, I scroll down and I look to see if any of these I like, and if I do, I will add them to the list. Which at the moment, I don't care about any of these, I don't think. None of them stand out to me, I mean. Ten free add-ons, though. No, I'm joking. Proximity sensor, I believe I have already 2 videos going over that topic. So I won't include them here. For that reason. Anyway, so yeah, we'll do this one first, and I'll see what happens, what's going on. Do I have anything else to talk about before I start? Because I feel like I'm gonna be pretty pretty silent while I watch these videos, mostly because obviously I'm like paying attention, and I can't talk while the videos are talking, because then who are you paying attention to? I guess you're here to pay attention to me, but I'm here to pay attention to the video. So it's a little different. I mean, we didn't do much yesterday. We did play more Fortnite, LOL, more Lego, and Battle Royale. We didn't win. I believe because we had a 4-stack. We were paired not with bots, which I think we were paired with the first time we played. We still did alright though, in some areas. We got to 2nd place a few times, I think. Lego Fortnite has been fun. Realized yesterday that you could upgrade the crafting bench, which we didn't do. And so we figured out how to do that and progress and all that stuff. So yeah, it's fun. I can't wait to continue playing it because we're still not at the end. There's still a lot of things we can unlock, it seems. Hopefully there will be an update at some point, adding more stuff to do. Just so that like, I mean, we're not even close to the end, I don't think. But if we were to get close, it'd be nice if there was other things there to pad out this session. Either way though, it's been fun. I'm still debating whether or not I should get the battle pass. Which is funny, because I think I'm like level 74 or something like that. Honestly though, I got most of the levels not playing Battle Royale. Like I said before, I play Save the World, mostly because, you could get daily V-Bucks. I used to be really big I used to really be really into it back in the day. And then the developers kind of gave up on it. I'm not really blaming the developers though, because I mean it's mostly like Epic Games' fault for like abandoning the mode. I had a little bit of a jump scare though yesterday. Because apparently the rewards go away if you're not a founder. So apparently my rewards are not going to go away. I could still get daily V-Bucks for the foreseeable future unless they change it for some reason. Um, but yeah, I didn't know they changed it. That's really, really odd, I think, in my opinion. Um, it's nice though, at least for me. I can. It's nice for me, because then, yeah, like I said, I don't know if I'm gonna get the battle pass, even though I'm like pretty close to level 100, which is nice. Um, I think I'm saving up for the uh Fortnite Festival Pass, even though I'm not very far into that, and I don't know how much longer I have before that goes away. But you know, um, so I'm doing that. I'm also considering, like I mentioned yesterday, we're playing with someone who doesn't really play games all that much, and they only started playing Fortnite the other day. So I've been considering like gifting them a skin, which would be kind of nice. Um, but yeah, options. The good thing is I get that shit for free, which is very nice. I can't gift it the battle pass though. Apparently, I think you need to actually spend money on it. Otherwise, I'd gift everyone the battle pass. Um, so yeah. I think that's about it. Sorry, I just like don't have anything more to say. I think I'm gonna wait until after I do the whole rigging stuff to set up the Trello board thing that I talked about yesterday. I also want to, I guess I also need to create a sort of catalog of characters that I can make, so that I have something to put onto the Trello board. Otherwise, it's kind of like progress. I'm working on something, and that's it. Like I want people to know. Yeah. Some idea that I thought about yesterday also was the ability for people to sort of um vote to like move certain characters up or down the list, especially if I make uh like a sort of line of like, oh, this character is like second in line to be made. People can sort of vote to sort of push characters up or down the list. I think this would work a lot better if I had the ability to use like channel points, because then like I could set channel points like really high, and then people can sort of uh redeem that and make me move a character up or down the list. Um, kind of like in a weird trolley way, the idea of someone moving a character down the list. Um, if they didn't like that character or something, I don't know. I just thought it was a thought. Either way, though, sorry. I'm like fooling around now. Still a lot more to come. I still feel like I need to take more breaks to figure, um, not like Blender stuff out, but more like other things that have to do with this stream. Like I did mention before that I want to make it more interactive. And I also discussed before maybe using something like, I forgot what it was called. It was the one where like chatters get like little avatars that show up on screen. But I was thinking of like making it myself, if it was even possible. Um, but that shit takes time, so I don't know. To be fair though, I've been very bad in the mornings when it comes to like working on stuff. If I'm being honest. Although today I have an excuse though. Uh, I was doing some other chores, but the days before I've been very bad. with progressing on things. So I need to be more on top of myself. Okay. Let's begin. Sorry. Enough interruptions. Let's watch this video.
Alright, so hi everyone. In this video I'm going to show you how to create a really interesting surface effect using geometry nodes in Blender. And this kind of goes along with what I've been showing recently because I've been developing the new version of the Biogen add-on. And one of the new features of that is being able to select a surface effect and paint it onto a pre-existing mesh like so. So this means that you can very quickly and rapidly build up really cool looking hyper-complex surfaces on pre-existing objects. So that can really help you to experiment and speed up your workflow. But before I show you how this works, I need to let you know that this video is sponsored by NVIDIA and PC Specialist. They're teaming up under the NVIDIA Studio Initiative to design products for creative professionals. And if you take a look at the link in the description, there'll be a page on the PC Specialist website where you can take a look at the NVIDIA recommended specs so you can design your own custom computer. And if you watched my last video, which was about designing my own Ghost for Destiny 2, you know that they sent me a new computer which will help to enhance my own creative projects. I've seen huge render speed improvements, so if you want to get your hands on your own machine like this, then check the link in the description. So this technique of being able to paint a variety of mesh effects onto an object is something I've been a bit obsessed with recently, because I love doing these repeating abstract structures and it just seems like the perfect addition to the Biogen add-on. If you don't know, Biogen's my free add-on to help people do generative modeling in Blender. But this effect is quite easy to set up because the way the system works is we're essentially just taking the geometry input of the object, getting a bunch of points from the surface, providing a collection as an input which has all of our source meshes, like these tiny cubes and these tangled curves in between, and then we're instancing those objects on the points gathered from the surface, randomizing them in some way with a seed value to choose the different objects and a random float value to control the scaling of the individual objects, and then we're merging the original surface with the new generated result. So the principle is quite simple, but there are a few key things to keep in mind when designing your collections for these surface effects. Because if I zoom in closely, you can see that these surfaces are actually much more complex than they look further away. Because what we essentially have here is this spaghetti-like mid-structure underneath the cubes, and the cubes are becoming the extra surface element poking out. The way you design these objects will have a significant effect over how the surface looks from a distance. Okay, so I've opened a new clean file here and I'm going to take you through the steps of getting those point distributions going around the object and then how to be able to paint the new effect on the surface. And this is the equivalent of the new feature coming in Biogen, where if I choose this tangle mode and press apply with weight paint, I can then immediately paint the effect on the surface. And then I have control for scaling and things afterwards. So let me reset that. If you have your object selected, there are two things you can do to make a new geometry nodes tree. You can go to the add modifier and then choose geometry nodes. Or if you have the geometry nodes window open like I have on the left here, you can just press the add button and they'll make a new tree. So let me bring this over a bit. And you can see that quite simply we have our geometry input plugging straight into the geometry output. So what we're seeing is just the mesh by itself. If we want to grab points around the object, all we need to do is press Shift A and type in distribute points on faces. And if we click that in, quite simple, the geometry goes into the input for the node and then we get points as the output. And you can see roughly that these points are going around the surface of the object. If I scrub up the density, then you can see how we get more and more points and it's starting to kind of make up the shape of the object. So that's how we get our distribution for where we're going to instance the other mesh objects on top. Then if we wanted to instance objects on that point, quite simply, we'd go to instance on points and put that in here. Now we're not instancing anything on this yet, but you can see how this works logically. We're taking the points that we've generated and we're plugging it into this node, and then we want to provide it with something to instance, like a different type of object, and then that's going to plug it into the geometry output. Now you can see that I've got a few extra objects lying around here, so why don't I take one of these? If I make an object info node, hover over this value here, press E, and then click on my cube down here, that's going to put it into the node.
Press E. Wait, well, sorry, I need to go back.
So why don't I take one of these? If I make an object info node, hover over this value here, press E, and then click on my cube down here. That's going to...
Oh, it's E, I think it's like the... Yeah, it's the shortcut for the... Wait, did I make a cube? I thought I did. Wait, where is it? Oh, it's probably hidden because of stuff. Okay, hold on. Let me make a... What should I make? Cone? Fine. The cone is going to be the object that I use, for now at least. Alright.
going to put it into the node. And then if I plug the geometry into the instance, you'll notice that now it's instancing those cubes around our original object. Now we can play around with the scale like this, so we can make them smaller and do all kinds of whatever weird effects we want. But that's not quite what we're looking for. That's a bit simple. So let me just reset that scale. Now, an important point here, like the particle systems, is you don't have to use single objects as inputs. You can instead use collections, which is very important for what we want to do. So if I add the collection info node, and then if you look in the top right, I have a collection called source, and that contains all of my little objects here, which I'll explain later. So if I click on this and choose source, and then plug the geometry into the instance, then we have this weird stuff going on. We have all of our different types of objects, but they're being displaced and they're very weirdly laid out. Two things we need to do here. Tick both of these tick box on the collection info node, separate children and reset children. And what that's going to do is it's going to move them onto the area where the mesh is. Now this doesn't quite look right, and I think it's trying to instance every object on every single point, which we don't really want, but...
Okay, wait, hold on, what? Wait, hold on. I need to make a... Hold on. First of all, I'm going to save this. What should I save it as, though? Wait, where is it? Geo Node. What should I save it as? He's like, sort of like... I think he's going to, like, paint stuff on. Paint objects on mesh. Alright, I'm gonna make a new collection. Call it, I'm just gonna call it like test or something. And I'm gonna put the cone in there. And then I'm going to collection to test. And I'm going to instance this, which shouldn't change anything. That makes sense. Alright, hold on. I got a message. Let me respond to it real quick. Alright, let's continue.
To visualize this better, I'm going to randomize the scale, and that will also give us an opportunity to scale it down at the same time. So if I make a random value node and have it set to float, which it is, we could technically plug this straight in, but for the sake of exposing the different values in case we wanted to randomize them in different ways, I'm going to add a combine XYZ node here, plug this into each of these, and then plug the vector straight in there. So if you wanted to do the axes differently, if for some reason you're doing an effect where it was stretched out in a certain axis, or you wanted to animate that for motion graphics, then you can just remember that you can control the scale for the axes separately here. Now with the minimum value set at 0, it means that some objects will be infinitesimally small, so they won't show up. So I'm going to set that up to something like 0.15, I would think. And then I'm going to turn the larger scale down. So now we have these clusters of variable scales. Some are smaller than others, and yes, it does seem that every object we have in that collection is being instanced on every single point, which is not what we want, because that's not going to give us a nice amount of variety. So I need to randomize which objects are being selected for every point. And to do that, we need to plug something into the instance index. An index is basically a key or a number, essentially, for every object that exists in a list. So if you take a look at our source collection up here, you can imagine that for each of these objects, the index might be something like 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Because with code and programming, the first item in a list tends to start with 0, so you work up from there. So essentially what we want is a random number between the first and the last item in the list, and we're going to plug that into the instance index. So every time we have a point, it's going to choose a random object from that collection to put there. So again, to do this, we would make a random value, but this time, instead of a float, we're going to set it to an integer, which basically represents a whole number, so 1, 2, 3, 4. Then if you plug this value into the instance index, we'll notice that it's still not choosing random points, but then if we tick pick instance, it's now going to choose them. Now, technically, you don't need to have this random value here. You could just tick pick instance, but what having this random value does is it gives us a seed value. So as we change this, we can randomize the order of the selection. Now, this can come in handy later on because sometimes you might have a layout where something is
Wait, that's not changing anything. Did I do that right? It is integer, max is 0. Put it to instance, index, and check pick index. Is or is it, and I just can't see the changes? No, it's not doing anything. Let's see. Why is it not working? This thing's right? 6 points. Instances. Yeah, it doesn't change anything. You think maybe the comments might say something about it? What the fuck? Anyway. It's just, yeah, it doesn't work. I don't know why. It's odd. Let's see if whatever he does next actually helps out. If not, then, I don't know. Alright, let's continue.
Picking in a weird way and just changing the seed value by one value fixes that issue. So having the seed value is a very useful thing. So one thing we could do is move this seed value outside. So if I plug that in here, then if you check the modifier stack, I can scrub the value here, and that basically changes our seed. So we have these random objects scattered around, but what
It still doesn't do that, but we'll figure it out. I don't know. Yeah, maybe they changed something. That could be the case. This video is 2 years old. Every time I watch an old video and something doesn't work, then I assume something was changed.
happened to the original object, our original character? What we want to do is combine our original character model with these instanced objects. So to do that, we'll make a node called join geometry. In here, we'll plug our instances. And we want to grab the geometry from the input node, but that's all the way over here. So what I'm actually going to do is duplicate the input node. Now, if you didn't know that already, you are allowed to have more than one group input node. Then I can plug the geometry into the join geometry node, and then plug the result of that into the output. And then you'll see we have our original character and the instance objects, but this is still looking all weird and nothing like our original result. If I come back over to the original file, you'll see that this is so much cooler. You know, we've got this effect all tightly packed and scattered, and it looks...
Hold on, I want to reduce the scale. There we go. I want to be able to see the cube. Interesting. I wonder if you could have the object turn depending on the, I guess, the normals maybe? That would make sense. Sorry. Ooh, my back. My back is in pain.
like a proper surface. So how do we get from our weird scattered result to that effect? Well, there is a couple more things we need to do. I'm just going to pack this over here to keep it nice and tidy. So one thing you'll notice is that none of these objects are pointing towards the character. They all have exactly the same rotation, which looks a bit strange, especially where we have these curve points kind of floating out into midair. And we don't want that. If they're going to make up the surface of the object, they need to be pointing towards it. Well, something you can do, quite simply, is take the rotation output of the distribute points on faces and plug that into the rotation of the instance on points, and you'll see that they start to point towards the character. It's not perfect, especially where we have some of these curve objects that come off.
No, this one. Oh, these two, not three. It's pretty funny though. This is exactly what I wanted. Pretty nice.
For weird angles, but we can talk more about mitigating that effect later. So now we have them roughly on the character. How are we going to turn this into a more dense surface? Well, again, with the density value on the distribute points on faces, we can just turn that up. And as we do that, we're going to get more and more of a surface effect going. Now I'm going to take this to an extreme value, so I'm going to do something like 1500, and we can start seeing that the entire object is covered. It's quite intense. Let me turn down the scale a bit. Now it's quite messy, but it is a...
I don't know the scale.
Covered. It's quite intense. Let me turn down the scale a bit. Now it's quite messy, but it is a cool surface effect. So if I go into the rendered view here, I have a...
It is cool. I could instantly see where this could be used to make like a fuzzy material. Let's sigh. That was terrible. I shouldn't have said that. My bad. Hmm. It's crazy. Anyway, let's continue. Sorry. I was responding to some messages again.
special material applied to these. By having the density high, it looks like it's making up an interesting surface. Now I'm going to bring these original objects up close to the character so I can explain details compared to origins, and that will make sense momentarily. So if you have your original objects in a collection, there are a few things you need to keep in mind. So the position of the origin of the object in relation to the mesh content is important because that will dictate where the mesh is going to intersect to the original surface. So if I bring these closer to give you a demonstration, if I choose this one curve object here, go into edit mode, select the handles and then move it lower down from the origin, you might be able to slightly see on the left there that as I'm moving this up and down, that object is moving further away and closer into the surface. If I move it too far below the origin, then it's going to go inside of the body, which we don't really want. So we need to find a balance area where some of the object is moving below the origin and some of it is above. So you'll notice that for each of these curve objects, the origin is horizontally somewhere in the midpoint of the object. So when thinking about the distribution of details, if you wanted some large, medium, and small scale shapes, think about it in terms of levels. These cubic objects have flatter surfaces, so there's more of a surface area to show. If I wanted these to be more obvious than the tangle shape, what I should do is go into the vertex mode, choose all of the top vertices, and push these higher out. So what that's going to do is make them come out further than the curves. So then if I look at the surface, what we have is these cubic objects poking out, and this tangle of what could be wires below those objects. And then theoretically, if you wanted a larger scale of shapes, again thinking about the distribution of detail, what we could do is take one of the objects, make it larger, and then pull out these vertices even more to have them become the next layer. Now this is a bit of a messy demonstration, but what I'm trying to demonstrate is that you can have different layers of details and different scales that can be made obvious by having them on different levels. Now I'm going to make this slightly more interesting by pinching some of these vertices. So I'm going to select these end ones here and bring them together on the x-axis so we get more of a triangular shape. So I'm basically improvising and making something new here. And I think that would look quite cool for a final result. So now we're going to move on to the weight painting. So how do we restrict the influence of this effect onto just the body? Well, first thing we need to do is make a vertex group. So I'm going to go into the solid view, into the object data properties. Now I've got vertex groups here for the different parts of the armature. And I've already got one called group that I've set up, and I'm going to make a new one for you. So I press the plus button.
Okay.
Here I've got group.001. I might call it weight group just to keep it simple. So we know this is a group we're modifying. So what we want to do is have this vertex group become an input for the geometry node tree. This is actually surprisingly simple. All we need to do is drag this input creation point here, this socket that's ready to be made into an input, into the selection input of the distribute points on faces. What that's going to do is turn the selection for the faces that we want to have points in.
I don't have a selection. What? Oh wait, no, I do. They moved it. It's like down, but then they moved it up. How weird.
Instance on into an input. And if I press N and choose the group input, go into group, and then take a look at the selection, we can see that this is a Boolean value by default. And we can confirm this on the right here because the selection value only goes between 0 and 1. And this basically applies to all of the faces on our character. So 0 meaning that no, we don't want this to be selected, and 1, yes, we do. But how can we change this to a vertex group where we can get that value for every single face? So 0 for this face, but 1 for another, and 0 for another, and so on. Well, if you press the button to the right of it, which is the input attribute toggle, that will change it from a Boolean value to a string, pretty much. And then in here, we can type the name of our vertex group. So weight group. So now our vertex group is the input, which defines the selection, which the points will be generated on, consequently meaning that our mesh will be put on those points. So now we can start painting. So I have my character selected. In the top here, I'll go from object mode to weight paint. And I'm just going to make this node group visible here so you can see the whole thing at once. Now with the draw mode selected, I can start clicking and dragging around our object. And you can see that we're now painting the effect on. So if I toggle the overlays and then start rendering, you can see how the effect is only happening now on this part of the object. Funny thing is I can now paint in the rendered mode. So literally as we're watching it being rendered, I can create this effect across the surface. And if you zoom in, you can see all the details there with the curves tangled in between. And because we've got quite a high density, we can get fairly finite with it as well. But what I'm going to do is put it around the character's torso and kind of come up the neck a bit.
Very interesting.
Okay, so here we go. This is a basic representation of how you can create a complex surface effect made up of multiple separate meshes with different scales and levels, and then paint them onto a character. So if I bring the objects back up again, I'm going to scale them down to make them a bit easier to see here. And we don't even necessarily need to worry about the rotation until we apply it using Control A. So I'm going to have them rotated. So we can tell that basically this is our selection of objects which is making up the surface. So while we're looking at our character, we can modify these in real time because the geometry nodes is calculated in real time. So you can see that as I modify the height of this object, it's changing on the character, so I can lower that. And you can get creative with making all kinds of different effects by modifying what source objects you have. Now, because the node tree is picking a separate object for each point we have, every object you have in the collection is going to reduce the chance that another one is being selected. So say I delete our larger object here and start deleting the cubic ones, we're going to get more of the curves selected until we have only curves. So that's one thing to keep in mind, and that gives us a completely different effect. Now it looks like we almost have a wicker basket effect going around the character. But what if I do the opposite, where I remove the curves instead? Well, then we just have the cubic elements. And we can start doing some other fun things. What if I insert this and try and make a bridge between them? So I've made a hole through the object, and then we can see that represented as well. Now this isn't just good for making interesting compact surface effects. They can do a lot of other stuff with it as well. So if I remove this geometry nodes tree, click on my object, open up Biogen version 9, and choose the barnacles demo. Then if I apply with weight paint, I can then paint barnacles onto the surface. Now these are quite large at the moment, so I'm going to scale them down. I don't have a good material for them at the moment, but basically this effect is also good for scattering objects over a surface. So you can see that I'm essentially painting barnacles onto our character now. Let's put some around his face. I'm sure that's very attractive. And if I go into object mode, I can take the material that's applied to the barnacles and change it however I like. So we can get some weird and gross effects going if you want. But hopefully that's an interesting introduction to geometry nodes and how you can scatter objects to make interesting surface effects and all kinds of other scattering effects. Okay, so for the last section of this, we're going to take a look at my more artistic demo, which is slightly more advanced. Here I have a world volume going. I've also got the denoising going as well, just to help me visualize the scene. Thanks again to NVIDIA. Now, if you watch one of my recent videos about tips and tricks in Blender, one of the things I pointed out was the power of the ambient occlusion node. So I'm actually going to turn off the world volume just to have a look at this close up. Here I have the surface effect by itself and the material here in the bottom left. And by itself, it looks interesting. We can just about see the character mesh underneath the surface here, which is red. But I want to make this effect more interesting. And one way to do that is to take the ambient occlusion node with a ramp, like a color ramp, plug the AO in, and then plug that into the base color. And then we can bring the black value for the ramp up. And then you can see that in between the areas of the different objects, it's now being darkened. So basically enforcing a shadowing effect in between the different points. By itself, if we bring this all the way up, it can look quite comic booky, again, depending on the surface effect that you're creating, but that also gives us control over the color as well. So say I add a new handle in between and then give that something like a blue. We are now adding a blue element in between the shadowing and the white upper area. And you can get more and more creative with this as well. So maybe I'll put like a red somewhere in here as well, and I'll bring that closer to the white. Or maybe even I'll remove the white from the top. So we have red coming out. I think it's really interesting using ambient occlusion where there are so many areas of repeating elements, because it's going to make so many intersecting objects that we're going to have so many areas for interesting shadowing to occur. So plugging the world volume back in, we can end up with an interesting surface. Now for the upcoming version of Biogen, I'd like to have a range of surface effects which are both useful, like kind of realistic, and artistic, so more abstract as well, and stylized. So people have a nice variety of things that they can work from. So yeah, hopefully you found this interesting, and if you haven't touched geometry nodes yet, then maybe this can put you on your way with making some really cool effects. And if you do give it a try, make sure to show me what you make, because I'm interested in seeing what kind of results you can come up with. Remember, this video is sponsored by NVIDIA and PC Specialist. They're working together to design products for creative professionals. When I'm making renders with Blender, I rely so heavily on the CUDA and Optics render devices, so I have a lot to thank NVIDIA for in terms of giving me the performance that I need. And if you're interested in getting a new computer or designing your own new machine, then if you take a look at the link in the description, you'll see a list of the...
Cool. Very interesting. Obviously, I could go into here and add a few more loop cuts. Give me some more geometry to work with. It is very interesting, though. I'm trying to think how I could use this. It is like barnacles, isn't it? You could draw like an infectious growth onto someone with this. Very cool. All right. Well, I also really liked what he did at the end, explaining the ambient occlusion. I had to look more into that, but that was good. Not save it, what? That was weird. I was gonna say, I am a little bit tired today, mostly because last night, um, I was woken up due to a headache. That was very painful, so yeah, didn't sleep well due to that. Which is why I have my eyes closed right now. We'll push through it though. I'm just letting you know if I don't talk much or I sound a little bit like I have less energy than I usually do, I guess. You know why. It's because I'm tired. A little bit. We move on though. Okay, sounds good. So I think next we'll watch. I feel like turn anything into rocks. I feel like this is gonna do the exact same thing, isn't it? That's basically what I did last time. Obviously, I need like a rock texture. I might still watch it though, just because he might organize things a different way. Anyway, so let's do this one next. 3 tricks with 1 geometry node.
Is something we've been able to do for quite a while now. Filling an object with points using geometry nodes is something we've been able to do for quite a while now, but it was pretty complicated. The distribute points in volume node makes this way, way easier. Let's check it out.
What was it called again? Oh, that's probably what I'm gonna call my the blender, the new blender thingy. All right, let's make a new one. Let's save it. What is it called again? Sorry. Distribute points in volume. Distribute points in volume. All right, let's take a look.
Way, way easier. Let's check it out. For this one, make sure you're using version 3.4, and the build that I have is from September 20th, so if you're using that one or from a later date, then you should be good. So let's get into Blender, and first thing I'm going to do is add in a cube. It can be any mesh you want, basically. Now let's go into Geometry Nodes, select your mesh, and click the New button for a new node tree, and let's search for the new node. It's called Distribute Points in Volume right here. So when we drop it in, it's going to give us an error because we need a volume first. So luckily we have one that's just mesh to volume, and we can use that one. And now you'll notice that there are points just kind of floating in the air right here. And if we turn the density up, it will start to fill our object with points like that. Now we can change this to grid if we want, and it will give us this like 3D grid right here. And like I said, you can use whatever shape you want. So let's just go into edit mode, select everything and delete this. And we can add in something else like a torus, something more complex. So let's preview this node right here. You can see it's pretty low resolution, and it's also pushing out past it. That's because we have exterior bandwidth turned up. If we turn that down, it will be more accurate. And we can also turn the voxel amount up, or what I prefer to do is use the size. And if we want these to use the same resolution for like the spacing right here, we can just use a value right here to control the voxel size and the spacing. So I'll set this to 0.3, plug it in to both, and now
I don't have, there's a few, things that aren't there on a video. I wonder why they removed them. Maybe they weren't as useful. Not a good addition. Alright.
Now, as we turn this down, the resolution should turn up. You got to be pretty careful because it will crash if you make it super, super small. But as you can see, we have this like voxelized version of this torus right now. Now, for really big objects, you might be worried about filling them with points completely. So we do also have this option, fill volume right here. And if we uncheck that, then we're going to want to use these two right here.
It doesn't have full volume though. I don't know what this is doing. Interior bandwidth. Okay. Fill volume. Let me look that up. Because it seems odd that it doesn't have it. Match to volume. Gosh, volume. Fill volume. Ugh, sorry. Oh, someone literally asked this question 2 months ago. Regarding the node mesh to volume, how can I fill or empty a volume in 4.0? The checkbox is no longer integrated in mesh to volume. You covered my question here, but so I want to answer it. Apparently other people are having this problem. 2 months ago, though. I feel like... I'm in the same position I can anywhere. Yeah, no one's been able to figure it out. Or at least these two people who asked have not been able to figure it out. How odd. Let's see if in the 2 points on faces. Points what? Apparently there is a way to do it. But it's no longer a checkbox. For some reason. Oh, they replaced... Wait, what? This person completely skipped using mesh to volume and instead used a geometry proximity bounding box less than subtracts and additions in a volume cube, and then that's put into distribute points in volume. I wonder why they took it out. It seems kind of like dumb. Oh well. Let's see. How odd. Anyway, I'm not gonna gripe about it. He said this is only useful for big objects. So you don't, there's not like stuff in the inside of it, which would cause a lot of problems. But since we're just using a small object for now, I won't worry about it too much. Very odd though. Very, very odd.
So we can make it so it's just kind of like an outer layer like that. We could even plug this in here, and it should create a very thin layer like that just around the outside. So a setup like this would be really good for if you just want to turn your object into cubes entirely. So we could do that pretty easily with instance on points, and then we can bring in a cube and plug it in to the instance, and we can set the size right here to be the exact same number as the spacing. And if we turn the scale down just slightly, you'll be able to see that this is entirely made of cubes now.
I guess this is how you get the Lego thing. What else did he change? He changed, wait, things like the scale or something, or the spacing. I don't see anything though. I did change the scale. Change the scale to like a 0.92.
This even works for like animated characters
Oh, I thought it was fucking flossing.
too. Can turn this up a little higher, and it performs really well. Like this is playing in real time right now without any frames being dropped. Something more useful might be like a shrub generator. So I just made this leaf model right here, and you can just drag it in from the outliner, plug the geometry into the instance like that, and we're going to want to make the scale quite a bit smaller like this, and we can randomize the rotation. So I'll drag this out, search for a random value node like this, and to randomize it completely, we can set this to tau, T-A-U. We can give the leaf a nice texture. And now, just like before, we can make a shrub that is any shape we want. This would probably be really good for like hedge mazes. Now, the thing that I was most excited about using this for is actually making clouds. So let's just turn...
Oh, that's cool. Wait, hold on.
Turn this up a little bit more, and we're going
Is it 1.5?
to have it fill the volume like that. And I'll also set both of these to 0. One thing that's nice about working with points like
Oh, okay, okay.
this is we actually have another node that's called points to volume, and we can drop that in here. I'll also set this to size, and we can use the same voxel size that we're using for everything else. To make the cloud look fluffier, we can take all of these
Let me connect this into the output so I could see, make sure that it looks the same as it does in video.
points and move them around a little. You can also just set it to random. Make the cloud look fluffier, we can take all of these points and move them around a little. You can also just set it to random if you want, like this, but I prefer to use grid and a set position node, like this. And we can use a noise texture, take the color and subtract that by 0.5, and then use a vector math node set to multiply to control the strength. So we can plug all of this into the offset.
Okay. So subtract and multiply. I don't think he changed anything. And then he plugged it into the what now? The offset?
Of the set position. And now when we take a look at it and start turning this up, you can see they start floating around. The reason I like to do this is because this allows you to change it just on one axis if you like. So you could make something that is much more fluffy going off to the side like this, but I'll just set all of these to 1 for now. Also, for this to look good in render mode like this, you're going to want to add a light so that you can actually see it. We could also add
a light. Oh, I was in the wrong place. Go to rendered mode, he says. I don't see it. Is he like in cycles? Hold on. Unless I did something wrong. Hold on. Oh, yes, it says decides. Oh, I think I can kind of see now. Density 1.5 radius. Oh, I think that's fine. I think, again, it didn't, I don't think it saved, the change I made here where I changed the units back to, meters. Is that the right one? No. There we go. Ah, now I can see it. It's not white though. It's like oh wait. Oh wait. No. That kind of works, although not really.
our own material with a set material node, and we need
Mm,
to add one, so just create a new one. I'll name this clouds, and we can set it right over here. Now instead of this using surface, we can come in here, remove that, and add one to the volume right here. And I just want to add a principled volume, and I'll make the color completely white like that. So Eevee is going to make this look kind
I have to make it white, and so it doesn't look that white. How odd. I wonder why that's the case. Okay, that's a little better, I think. I had to increase the power.
of bad if we actually have a material set here. It's just a weird thing about Eevee. So you can remove it, but we already have it set right here, so it should be fine. For it to look good in
Yeah, it does
EV,
look
you
fine.
want to change some of the volumetric settings over here. We can
Where the fuck is he? Oh, he's in little TV thing.
and turn on volumetric shadows. And if you want it to be the highest quality possible, you turn the tile size down to 2 pixels. I'll set mine to 4 just for performance, and we can turn the samples up pretty high also. Now if we set
What the fuck is the sample size? 256. It does look better, I think. I do have to have like this light like basically inside of it. I wonder why. Maybe I could like change this light around. Hold on. Alright, well it does look pretty fluffy though. As far as clouds go. What? Alright.
set our voxel size over here to something quite a bit lower, like 0.02, Blender will crash, and this will actually look pretty nice in here. But
Wait, hold on. Let me save it first before I do that. 0.02. Blender might crash. Wait, he left it at 0.1. Oh shit. I think that's what I had it last time. Oh, it actually worked. What the fuck? That is fluffy. Holy shit. Well, I'm gonna put it back to 0.1. Fair enough.
But let's not stop there because we can also change the radius. I'll use the noise texture to control the radius too, so we can just plug that straight in like that, but it might make the radius too big, so we can use a map range node, and you can just change the 2 min and the 2 max to set the minimum and maximum radius size. So I'll set the maximum to maybe something like 0.3 and turn the density up just a little bit so we get that nice shadow. This also works really well with cycles. You can get some pretty cool results if you change the spacing of this independently, so you don't need to work with nearly as many points. Like this would be pretty good for something like stylized clouds like that. But I think the more points you have in here, the more realistic it'll end up looking. One other quick tip, so you don't have to keep changing the voxel size right here, and we can add different settings for what you see in the viewport and what you see when it renders. It's pretty easy. You just need a switch node. Make sure that you have this set to float, and another node called isViewport right here, and plug this into the switch. I'll set both of these to 0.1 for now, and we can plug it in. And now the true value right here is going to be what you see in the viewport, and the false value is what you'll see when it renders. So we can change the false to something small like 0.01, and right now it looks the same in the viewport, but as soon as we hit render, you'll notice that it's much higher quality. So you can make whatever cloud shapes you want. You can either model this the way you normally would with just extruding, or if you want, you could just keep duplicating cubes, which is also a lot of fun to do. So I think this node opens up a ton of possibilities. What else do you think it would?
Interesting. Makes you think. I immediately see how this could be used in the Lego tutorial. But the cloud tutorial was actually really interesting. Also, I wonder what I could do with that. I don't know yet, though. Oh, okay. You can make it very, very light, but you could also make it very tough. Okay, so I was experimenting with some of the values to see what I can do with it. Overall, good shit. Alright. Give me one moment. I will be right back. And when I come back, we will watch... We watch this one next. What's the next video? Okay, every node. I did say I should watch one of these a day. I don't know if I'm gonna do that, like, for 3 days straight, though. I might watch this one. It might give me some, like, good ideas to sort of, like, build off of, you know what I mean? Like, if there's a node that I find interesting. I could try to look up videos about it. We'll see. Anyway, like I said, I'll be right back. Beep, 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 beep. Hello everyone, I'm back. Alright. So I don't know what we should do. Okay, the issue is, okay, that's what I'm thinking. Before I left, I said, watching this video would be good, because if there's a node that I think is interesting, then I can look videos up about that specific node. The issue is, we have about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 18 videos to watch. Okay? If I do this, then that means there are going to be more videos to watch. To be fair though, 3 of these videos are the parts 1, 2, and 3 of every Geo Node in Blender. And one of these is a speed paint, which doesn't count. Since I'm probably not gonna, let me save that one actually. Hold on. Let me save that one. And I'll just like I'll do what I overall good vids. It's not an overall good vid. It's just a speed paint. I did have it in my other Google Doc here. Speed builds, speed blends. I haven't watched this one though. I'm gonna put it there. I could always move it. Just so that I can reduce the amount of tabs that I have open, because at this rate I'm just gonna be flooded with tabs. Okay, yeah. So these 3 are probably gonna go last then, the geometry nodes, because like I said, I'm probably gonna end up looking up the nodes that I really like or that I think are interesting, to try to see how to make them. So I'm not gonna do that right now. We're instead gonna move on to this one, disintegrating objects. Let me quickly check. Ooh, geometry nodes with cell fracture, animated reverse fracture effect. I don't know. I don't know. Sorry. I should do one of these videos. From Zero to Blender Hero. That's funny. But just like a classic 1-year Blender progression. Feel like, I feel like I haven't done much. You know? I don't remember how many characters I've done. Hopefully, hopefully the newer ones look better. That's all I can hope. Wait, hold on, I gotta... Okay, sorry, I thought I got a message, I didn't. Alright, well, so we're gonna do this one. Then we're gonna do fire. Then we're going to do... Oh wait, let's move this one back. Wait, what is this? We'll move this one all the way back. Okay, so yeah. Disintegrate, fire, against surfaces, because that seems really cool. The self-building one is 30 minutes long. Again, like the virus one, so I might move it back. The Lego one seems like it's basically just going to be what I literally just saw. I'll still watch it though, because it is only like 5 minutes long. So it's like whatever. This is really interesting. Dynamic water ripple effects. The water, I really like the way this water looks. It looks very, a bit like cartoonish, I guess. So if I can make it look like that, then that'd be really cool. in moments where I want to make water. Self-wrapping ribbon just sounds interesting to me. Cobwebs by Joey. Lightning arcs by Joey. Joey's good. Fuzzy by Joey. Tentacles. Wait, what is this? Oh, that's tentacles. And then this tentacle video. And that's it. And then the turn rocks at anything, which I think is similar to that other video I watched with the wave painting geometry on things, but instead of wave painting, obviously you just don't include that. You include before you added the wave painting option. And then everything is, and then you just need like a rock texture. Or a rock object to use, which I did find out during the game making process back in November that there is a rock generator. However, I don't know. Probably need to like apologize because it has a lot of modifiers. Anyway, let's continue. Let me... I'm making a lot of these. I wonder if that's a good thing. I don't know how much space they take up. I could group them all into one, maybe. That wouldn't be a bad idea. Alright, let's do this.
I'll show you how to disintegrate objects using geometry nodes.
Oops.
So in this tutorial, I'll show you how to create this disintegration effect right here, and you can apply this geometry nodes modifier setup to any object, and then you can animate the values and make the object disintegrate. And if you'd like to download this modifier setup, I will have a free download on my Gumroad store and my Patreon page. You can find the links in the description. So you can download the modifier setup for free, or if you'd like to help support me and this channel, then you can throw a couple of bucks into the price box on Gumroad before purchasing, and that's a great way to send me a little tip and help support this channel. And this modifier setup has a few customizable values. So here's the geometry node setup on the modifier properties, and you have this dissolve mesh slider, and so you can animate this dissolve mesh slider to make the object dissolve. Then we also have the detail level, so if the detail level is turned to 0, it's going to dissolve the mesh by the faces, but if I turn the detail level up, now you can see it's going to be more detailed, so it's basically going to subdivide it, and so now the dissolve effect is much more detailed. And then we also have this random seed value if you just want to kind of randomize it. And you could also animate this value if you just want to make it jitter around, and that also looks pretty cool. Alright, so I'm in a new scene in Blender, and I'm just going to start by deleting everything, and then I'll just press Shift A, and I'll go here to Mesh, and I'm just going to add a monkey head, but you can add this dissolve effect to really any mesh object. So I'm now going to click up here and click and drag to split the window, and then I can click right here on the editor type, and I'll change this to the geometry node editor. And then I can click on new here to add new geometry nodes, and when you add new geometry nodes, you can see over here on the modifier properties, it is added geometry nodes modifier to the object. And so I'm just going to rename this geometry nodes modifier setup to disintegrate objects. So the first node that I'm going to add is a node which will delete the mesh. So I'll press Shift A, and then I'm going to start typing in delete, and I'm going to add the delete geometry node. And we'll put this in between the group input and the group output. And when I do that, you can see the monkey disappeared. And so now I need to add another node into the selection to tell it what geometry we want it to delete. because right now it's just deleting all of the geometry. So I'll press Shift A, and then I'll start typing in random, and I'm going to add the random value node, and we'll drop this down here. Now you can see this is a gray socket, but then this is a pink socket. And so what we need to do is click on the float here, and we need to change it to Boolean. This way they are both the pink sockets, and so they can connect properly. So I'll now take the value, and I'm going to put that into the selection. So now it is just randomly taking different parts of the mesh because this is a random value. And so now it's telling it just to randomly delete parts of the mesh. Now, if I make this bigger, you can see there is a probability, and so if I drag this up and down, that is going to control the dissolve effect. And then there's also this random seed value, so you can change this, and that will just randomize the
Never mind.
the random values. Now you can see some parts here are kind of large, and that is because the faces are pretty large. If I go into edit mode, you can see that face is quite big. So there's a few things you can do to fix this. So one thing I can do here in the geometry nodes is press Shift A, and I'm going to search for the subdivide mesh, and I can put the subdivide mesh after the group input, and that way it's just going to subdivide the 3D mesh because it's right here after the group input. So I can now turn up the levels, and if I turn up the levels very high, you can see the disintegration effect is much higher quality, and it has a lot more detail. So I'm now going to add up the custom values. So let's first take this probability, and I'm going to plug this into the extra socket here. Now if I press the N key to open up the side panel, and then click here on group, I can rename this. So I'm going to rename this to dissolve mesh. So now if you go right over here to the modifier properties, go to the geometry nodes, you can see we have this customizable slider here just to dissolve the mesh. And I can also check mark this single value, and that's just going to get rid of this button here. This button is used for other things like vertex painting and things like that, but I don't need it, so I can just check mark the single value with the dissolve mesh selected. It just makes the modifier look a bit more clean. So now I can also add this level here, so I'll drag the level into the extra socket here, and if I double click on this, I'm going to rename this to detail level. So now I can just click on the arrows here to turn that up, and it looks much more detailed. And then I can also take the seed, and let's plug the seed into the extra socket here, and I can click on this to rename it, and I'll rename it to random seed. So now I can just drag this around, and that'll change the seed. And then also if you want to on the random seed, you can click on single value just to get rid of that other button there. Now regarding the amount of detail, I do want to show you a few other methods for adding detail. So if I just select the cylinder object, let's say I want to dissolve this object as well. So what I can do is click on add modifier, I can add geometry nodes, and then if I click on the drop down, I can choose the disintegrate objects. So now I can disintegrate this object, but you can see that the disintegration effect is quite large. So what I could do is turn up the detail level. So I'll just turn the detail up really high, so that looks cool. But now if I turn the dissolve mesh down, you can see we have a problem here. So basically this node right here, the subdivide mesh, it is subdividing all of the faces, but this object has been shaded smooth, and so it's basically subdividing all these faces here, and so now the edges don't look smooth, they have these little bumps here. So you could turn the detail level down to get rid of that, but then if I try to dissolve the object, the dissolve effect is quite large. So an easy way to fix this is to turn the detail level down, and then what you can do is click on add modifier, and you can go to the search here, and you can search for the subdivision surface modifier. So the subsurf is going to smooth it out, so as I turn up the dissolve mesh, you can see some of these areas like right here, this is kind of round, and so if I don't want this to happen, I can put the subsurf modifier before the geometry nodes. So what I'll do is click here on these dots, and I'm going to drag up, and I'm going to stick this right here, and I'll just turn these subdivision levels up to like a 3, so it is more detailed. So this way, if I turn the dissolve mesh down, you can see the edge of that cylinder is nice and smooth because of the subsurf, but because it has much more geometry now, I can now turn up the dissolve mesh and you can see it looks very detailed. So that's how you can fix that issue if you have smoother objects that you want to dissolve. Now, if you have a very low poly object like a cube, then when you add the subdivision surface modifier, you can see that it's going to smooth it all out and make it very round. So now it is dissolving the mesh with more detail because of the subsurf, but it doesn't look like a cube anymore. So if this this is happening, you can change the Catmull Clark to simple on the subdivision surface, and this way it'll subdivide the faces, but it won't actually affect the geometry. So you could do that if you want to, and now if I turn up the subsurf level, now you can see it's much more detailed, or you could also just delete the subdivision surface, and you could turn up the detail level instead here on the geometry nodes modifier setup. So just depending on which object you're using, you may want to add that subsurf modifier, or just use this detail level on the modifier setup. So I'll now show you how to animate this value if you want to animate the dissolve effect. So what
I don't think I need help with this. I just go into here. Add a keyframe. Go into here, increase to 1, add a keyframe, and then there you go. Simple as. I kind of like did a bit of a little like freak out there. Look at that. I guess I'll watch it then.
What I'm going to do is drag the timeline over here, maybe to just like frame 40. And then what I can do is put a keyframe on this value by hovering my mouse over the value. And then I can press the I key to insert a keyframe. And you can see it is now yellow there, so we've added a keyframe. So I can now just drag the timeline over to where I want it to end, maybe just like 120. Then I can take the dissolve mesh value, I can drag it up to 1, and then again hover your mouse over the value and press the I key to insert a keyframe. And if you now drag back and forth on the timeline, you can see that dissolve effect is being animated. And if you want to edit the keyframes, you can click right up here to change the editor type, and you can change it to the graph editor. And then if you select the object, you can see here is the geometry node setup. You can see it says geometry nodes there. I'll just close this side panel, and you can see here is the keyframes that we've added. So this keyframe here has made it fully dissolve. So if I want to dissolve faster, I can just drag the keyframe back, and now if I play this, you can see it's dissolving really quickly. Or I can drag this out if I want it to dissolve longer. And then I can also click on the handles here and kind of drag these around. If I want it to start to dissolve slowly and then dissolve faster and faster, I can play around with the keyframe handles there to change how quickly it's being dissolved. So then for the final animation, I just made a cool sci-fi background and I modeled that cool cylinder object. And then I had the monkey head spinning inside the cylinder, and I added some emission lights to make the monkey head really bright, and then added that dissolve effect. And that's how I created that cool little sci-fi animation. And if you'd like to check out the Blender file of the finished animation that I created, then that will be included with the free project files. So again, you can download that on my Gumroad store and Patreon page with the links in the description. And if you'd like to send me a little tip, then you can throw in a few dollars into the price box.
Alright, a very simple one. This is the reason why I was like, maybe I should put them all into one Blender file, since this one didn't have a lot of geometry nodes attached to it. So it feels kind of wrong to make a new one, you know? It does take up space. I wonder, hold on, let me see how much space it's taking up. Oof. Okay, hold on. Yeah. To be fair though, I do have a new like 2 terabyte storage. I could move a bunch of my Blender stuff over there instead of keeping it on the old storage. Wait, where is it? Oh wait, hold on. Like 134 kilobytes plus the 110 kilobytes from the .blend one file. Hmm. What the fuck can I? Wait, did I save this? I don't think I did. Hold on. Okay. Is great. Sorry if I spelled that wrong. Objects. All right. Let's do this one next. This is equal. Hmm. Okay, this is this one. Sorry.
Hey everyone, Ken Profit here with another Blender tutorial. In this video, we're gonna draw fire in Blender using geometry nodes. It doesn't have to be fire, we can actually draw anything. This is just a fun, simple way of how to instance objects along a curve so that you can get that nice, easy draw function. So this was a use case I created using this method, and you can see if I just grab my pen tool here, then I can draw any shape and fire appears. And then of course I can go into that curve now and I can edit that curve, I can move it around. But I want to show you a little bit about some of the things I set up in my particular tool. So I have this just fire button, which will remove the smoke, or this just smoke button, where you can just switch and just view the smoke if you want that. Let me go ahead and delete all these points. I'll go to top view and just draw a simple curve here again. Oh yeah, I have a proxy switch as well. I'll turn all those off so we're viewing the actual fire here. I put in some rotation, random rotation values to randomize each instance of those little flames. And then of course scale. So you get some really creative looks here. I have a manual density switch, which I'm not using right now, but if I check off...
Let me go down. I think I didn't do this for the other ones. Let's see. Kind of want to see this one. Now let's talk about this new node. Though it seems like it's the fill in. I might not do it then. Oh, sorry. Hmm. This video isn't about Geo Nodes, but it interests me. How I rig my characters for games. Whatever.
Off the use curve density, then this manual density becomes a bit more important. You can see what that's doing. And then the use curve density is useful because no matter where I drag this curve, it's going to keep the same level of detail between each instances. So if I start extruding, then it's just using the density of the curve rather than just a manual density of scattered points along the curve. If you're a Patreon member, then you can download this blend file and play around, mess with it, reverse engineer it. If you don't want to be a Patreon member, that's totally fine, but there's another way to get this file. Link in the description if you want that. All right, so how do you set something like this up? Let's open up a new Blender file. I'm going to go ahead and delete everything here. I'm going to go to top view and just press Shift A and add in a Bezier curve. All right, and yeah, that works. We'll just drag these points out here. And with that selected, I'm going to jump into geometry nodes, create a new Geo Nodes network. I don't actually need the spreadsheet for this, so I'm going to close that off. And my group input is my curve. Really simple. I'm going to press Shift A and add in a curve to points node. And now you see we get points right there along our curve. All right. Okay, so we're done. Thanks for watching. I mean, that's really, there's not much more to it than that. There's evaluated count and length. So different ways you can adjust the density of your curve here. So this was kind of what I was showing you with my tool. This is just sort of absolute density right here. But if we set this to length, then it evaluates the density between points, no matter where your curve is. So it'll calculate that. You can see it's like accordion. So if we start extruding, then it'll evaluate that correctly. So there's length and then there's count, which is just kind of absolute density. So let's say you want to create kind of a switch between these two. I can press Control-Shift-D so that I duplicate that node, but it's still fed into the input. I'll leave the top one on count. The bottom one, I'll set that to length. Shift-A and just add in a switch node. I love these switch nodes. And then I can just take this switch node into my group input. And now we have a switch here that switches between curve density and absolute density. So I can name these two.
Okay, what's it again? And the switch is attached to here.
On this group input, and I can name the switch as well. I'll just take the count of the top one into the input and the length of the bottom one into the input. And you can see there's
Okay, the first one is count. This one is length. I could take the count one in here and the length one in here.
starting to appear over here. Yeah, I'm in the modifiers panel in order to see that. I'll press N to bring up the sidebar and go to view, or I'm sorry, group. Let's grab that switch and we can name this use curve density, whatever you want to call it. Because if we check that, then it's using the density of the curve. If we uncheck it, then it's just using absolute density. So then we can name these other two. So this count one, we can name, we'll just name this density, or let's do manual density. It's more of a manual function. And then the bottom one can be curve density. All right. So now if I say, yeah, I want to use curve density and then I want to increase the space between the points, that's what that value is. If you don't want to use curve density, you want to just do manual, then there you go. You have a slider there. So you don't have to do that. You don't have to set it up like that, but I'm just, hopefully it's a nice little tip on how to easily set up your Geo Nodes network so that you can have all these settings in your modifiers panel. All right, now obviously we don't want just points. We want them to actually instance objects. So if I press Shift A and add in an instance on points node, and if you've watched my other geometry nodes videos, you know, it's not too different from anything else we do. You have points. This, I guess the main difference is the points are on a curve that can be manually edited. And now you want to just instance something along those points. So we could create a collection of objects. In fact, why don't we do that? I'm going to go to Layout, go to Object Mode, and I'll press Shift A and drop in a monkey, and a sphere, and a cube. Let's grab all three of those objects. I'll press M, create a new collection. Just name it Stuff. And then I'll disable that in the viewport. So that we don't see it. Let me grab my curve, go back into geometry nodes. Now I can just drag and drop this stuff collection right into my Geo Nodes network and feed that into the instances. And now we're instancing all of those along the curve. And if we choose separate children and then pick instance, then we're getting an object along each point. And then, use curve density. That allows us to, now we can just extrude. Yippee!
Yeah, why can I see this one? Wait, what the fuck? Why isn't the curve working anymore? Oh, it is. Wait. Okay, for some reason I have to have. How odd.
So that's cool. And then of course you can also draw. So curve draw, drawing monkeys and cubes.
Very good.
All day long. So if you want to write your name, go crazy, have fun. My name in monkey heads. But this illustrates, well, now we need to be able to adjust the scale. So yeah, we do. So let's drop in random value nodes. And we'll set this first one to vector. We collapse that down. And the vector, the minimum value should all be 0. The max value, we don't really need the, well, if you want banking, I guess you can leave these how they are. Let's just plug that into rotation. And now let's take this max output into the input of our geometry input. And then let's name that rotation. Okay, so now you have rotation values. Of all these objects. And you probably want the first two to be set to 0 because that's the X and Y. And then this bottom one is Z. So now I'm giving random rotation to each instance along my curve here. And then let's duplicate this. And this one we can set to
why the fuck is this one behaving different? What? Some of the cute, well, one of the cubes is moving slower than the others. Why is that the case? How odd. What did he add? Oh, another random value, I see. But this one is a low.
Float value, we just need minimum and maximum. Feed that into scale, feed the max output into our geometry input here. And now we have a random scale value. So there you can see my name, Kinnan, in monkey heads, cubes, and spheres a little bit clearer. So I know it's a little bit ridiculous of an example, but hopefully you can see the potential here. You can just keep drawing.
No, I don't know what's going on here. Oh well.
Drawing, and it'll just keep instancing. And we can go back to using absolute density if we want, crank up that manual density. Let me delete all that.
For some reason, my not using absolute density or using a curve density doesn't work. I don't know why. Yeah, I don't know why some of them are different in sizing and rotation. Like, why is this monkey so small? I don't know. Very odd. I think I followed it correctly, but it's still a little bit weird. Okay.
It's a bit messy, but that's pretty much.
Let's see the comments actually. Oh wait, let me. Did I scroll down? I did, right? I did scroll down too.
Everyone can profit here with an.
Fuck's sake. I know, I expected. Mm, okay, I'm sorry. Where were we on here?
In monkey heads, cubes, and spheres a little bit clearer. So I know it's a little bit ridiculous of an example, but hopefully you can see the potential here. You can just keep drawing, and it'll just keep instancing.
Ooh.
And we can go back to using absolute density if we want. Crank up that manual density. Let me delete all that. It's a bit messy. But that's pretty much it. You know, there's a lot of other things I did for my tool.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not gonna worry about it though.
Just to kind of spice up some random seed values and switch between different collections of assets. And you can, like I said, you can download my file, reverse engineer it, or basically just add more switch values, some random values. You know, here's a seed value you have, so you could plug that into the count, the density, for instance, to get random seed values, anything like that. Obviously, you probably don't want to use just spheres and cubes, so I'll show you what I did for mine. Very, very simple. I'm just going to append in, let me save this real quick. I'm going to append in my fire material. So here's my fire material asset. If I go to rendered mode, you can see we can play it, and it's just an object with displacement and a fire material map to it. So I have a tutorial on how to make this, just a procedural fire renders in real time. You can go check out that tutorial. Or of course, you know, if you have rocks, trees, grass, this is a really fun way of instancing really anything in Blender. Fire just kind of was a really obvious choice for me because I love fire, I love burning things, and you know, who doesn't want to draw fire? So let me just disable this group in the viewport, and I'll drag and drop it into my geometry nodes network. And again, I could create a switch node to switch between if I wanted this to be like, oh, I want to switch between monkey heads and fire or whatever. For now, I'll just delete that. So now I have my fire group here, and I'll take that into the instance input along my curve. And then now this allows me to just tab into edit mode for my curve, and I can draw fire, which is pretty cool. My density is pretty high, so I'm going to check use curve density. Woohoo! So now you can draw your name in fire. And this does play in real time. You can see it renders really, really quickly because it's just a material. Play with random rotation value. You could bank them a little bit. You don't want to do much rotation along the X and Y.
Sorry.
But a little bit of banking. Break up that uniformness. And of course the random scale value. And then just go crazy. Light things on fire. Hopefully you got something useful out of this because it's really fun. You should try it. Download this file if you want to. Links in the description, like I keep saying. So that's it for this tutorial. Thanks so much for watching.
Yeah, that's it. Okay. Thought he was gonna. I mean, he did say he has a way to make fire in one of his tutorials. I'm not gonna look at that though. Either way, this teaches me how to use lines, or I guess curves. I still don't know why the scale comes off. Yeah, I don't know why. Some parts are thicker than others, while other parts, it's usually like the ends. But to be fair though, this one's quite small. I don't know why. I think, oh, maybe is the rotation being affected some? Oh, not the rotation, sorry, the scale. It shouldn't be. I wonder why that's the case. Anyway, I'm not gonna worry about it right now. It's still pretty cool. Alright, give me 1 second. I'll bring it back. Let me save this first, though. Oh. Curves. Alright, yeah. So I'll bring it back. Once I come back, we'll continue watching the press against surfaces with geometry nodes. Alright, so yeah, be right back. I'm back. Sorry, I was doing laundry in the morning, and I kind of I left it there until now, so I had to go pick that up. Anyway, yeah, sorry, I'm like really tired. For two reasons. Obviously, yesterday, like I said, I got woken up due to a headache, which, at least in my experience, waking up in the middle of the night kind of disrupts my sleep, making me very tired in the day. Um, Another reason is because like I have a headache on the left side of my head. Um, and it sucks. So I'm a little bit drained when it comes to energy. Either way, though, we have some more tutorials to go through. So yeah, I want to try this one because this one's really cool. Press against surfaces to geometry nodes. That seems really cool. Next, we'll take a look at this one. This is a very quick one. Amazing Lego geometry nodes. It shouldn't take too long. At least from what I can see. And then we'll do... Oh, I really want to do this one. Water ripples. That sounds cool. So yeah. Let's go. Hold on. Hmm. What the fuck am I looking at? Anyway, so yeah, sorry. I'm gonna keep going for as far as I can. I took some Advils, so hopefully the pain will go away in a little bit. Smooth sailing. Hmm. What the fuck did I just look at? Sorry. I'm being a little distracted. Don't you worry. Yeah, you know what? Let me be distracted for a second. Let me look at some things real quick. Um, hmm. Oh, wait, what? Wait, let me look at this real quick. What is this called again? It's called MTION. Wait, what the fuck? And it got me fast. Wait, what? What? Hold on. I immediately got distracted again. I'm so sorry. Oh man. Okay, what was it called again? MT. MT. Oh shit! I hit on the wrong thing. MT. This one. What is this? When is your homework from home? You can go to Flash. Is it great on immersion? Virtual relationship with each other. Home. Check things and updates. Okay. Hold on. It is interesting. Sorry. I was scrolling through. Oh, what happened? Hey, what you up to? Oh, I'm just I'm just watching some like geometry node videos, tutorials, things as a sort of way to dip my toe into what geometry nodes are all about, which has been very interesting. But I took a break to sort of fool around a little bit. And I need to check this out. I'll do more research on this. I was scrolling through Twitter and someone suggested looking up something on Steam called MT Ion. I believe it's supposed to be like Motion Studio. It's like a, I don't know how to explain it. Have some more Steam points. What? It's kind of like a VTubing thing, but it's like free. I like I said, I have to look more into it. It's free though, so I'll see what I can do with this. It seems interesting though. It looks like it kind of lets you. Oh, should I put it? Nah, whatever. Make your own room, kind of thing. Apparently, there's chat commands along with it. It's very interesting. Yeah. I need to get more into it. Eat more into it? Look more into it. Oh, this is odd. Okay. It seems cool though. Yeah. No, but yeah, like I was saying, I'm watching some geometry node videos. I have a bunch saved. Um, just like some small little tutorials. Um, so I could like stick my foot in the door and sort of understand a little bit how they work. I'm starting to get it now. Maybe not like the very complicated stuff, but I get it a little bit. And it's very interesting. It's very procedural, which is always very nice for some aspects. And yeah, I like the sort of ability to customize certain values in the modifier tab here. But yeah, this looks interesting though. It looks like it might have some like Twitch integration. Which if that's the case, I might use it. I have been thinking about ways to make the stream more interesting. I don't know if this is the right route to go, but yeah. It seems interesting. Who's this guy? Popper. yeah, it's cool. They have like a mini game creation system. Looks like it's Unity based. Yeah, right. I don't know what it is exactly. I'm trying. Ooh, sorry. What the fuck? I'm downloading it now, so I'll be able to check it out like maybe off stream. I just saw someone post about it. It caught my interest. They have SDK Unity package on GitHub. I mean, that makes sense. Yeah, because I feel like it's like sort of has like it's Twitch integrated. It seems like you'll be able to upload 2D and 3D models into it. From what I've seen, at least. Very interesting. It might get me to using Unity again. After so long. Ooh. Really cool though. Glad I saw that. But yeah, if it helps me spice up my stream a little bit, you know, I'll take it. Especially if I have creative I don't know what I was gonna say. If I'm allowed to be like hands-on on it or whatever. We'll see though. Very interesting. Anyway, I think that's enough of just me like scrolling around, dilly-dallying. Blender, true. That is very true. Let's continue with what I was doing. So yeah, like I said, I'm watching Geo Node tutorial videos to sort of get into it a little bit since I'm not too knowledgeable on Geo Nodes. Although I've done a bunch of tutorials now, so I get it a bit more than I used to. But welcome, Wide Earth. Hopefully I said that your name right. Welcome, welcome. Alright. So the next one we're watching is okay, first of all, let me start a new thingy. The next one we're watching is press against surfaces with geometry nodes. This looks really cool. Dude, it takes me hours to get through day. Anyway. Yeah, right. Honestly, like I have so many tabs opened up because I scroll down and then I like see any videos that I think are interesting and then I just save them. So I have a shit ton of Geo Node videos to go through. So I get that. But yeah, this one seems interesting. I wonder what I could use this for. The cool thing about Geo Nodes is that I could always sort of like think of ways of like using the things they teach you for other things. I had to make a new YouTube account for subbing Blender channels. That makes sense. I mean, yeah, I should sub to some of these Blender channels. I'm kind of just like watching and doing the tutorials on stream and not really liking or subscribing to any of them. There are some that are recognizable, like Joey. Where is he? Yeah, this guy's really good. I'm gonna subscribe to him. I've seen him a lot. His stuff is really good. From what I've seen. Alright, let's watch this
like
one.
pressing an object up against glass, or even like filling up another object. So it's all about understanding the boundaries and where the intersection point is. And it'll all be done in geometry nodes.
Oh, sorry. Where is it? Joey Carlino. They do a bunch of good stuff. Recently, they've... Oh god, why is this taking so long to load? They've been doing some character animation stuff, which I'm also gonna look at. When I get to trying to learn how to animate better. Yeah, right. Sup to him. But yeah. We'll get there. I'm doing this since I finished my last project that I was working on. But once I'm done with this, I'll move on to rigging, I think. Getting more in depth on that. Since I think I need better rigs for my characters.
It also lets us do some cool effects, like if we have a glass or a container, and we can basically just have all those objects inside smudging against the edges. So to begin, I'm going to create a new scene. I'm going to delete everything, create a new sphere, go into geometry nodes, click.
Alright. Cool, cool. Cool, cool, cool. Alright. Same old, same old. They always start like this. I'm gonna save this though. What was this called again? This is, I guess, press against surface. God. Alright, let's continue.
New, and I'm going to pin this so we can click off and still see the node graph. All right, to begin, I actually don't need the initial sphere that I made, so I'm going to just delete the geometry input, and let's just create a new sphere. We could do UV sphere or icosphere. Let's start with an icosphere, and we can see how we like it.
Did you know PetSmart treats...
Ah! Wait, oh shit. I got an ad. That's the first ad I've gotten though. I've watched like a shit ton of videos today, and I haven't gotten an ad since. That's fine. That's good.
I am then going to create the boundary that our mesh will conform to. We could obviously create a cube in geometry nodes, but for more versatility, so whatever use case you're using this for, it could work. We're going to just create a cube, and obviously we could change this geometry later however we want, but for now I'll just keep it as a basic cube. And I'm going to go into its viewport display, and I'm going to do display as a wire just so it's not taking up the screen, and I'm going to drag this in here. And I'm also going to click this to relative. So whenever I drag an object from the hierarchy, I always click relative. So we can move this around and everything will still work. Okay, so we now have a icosphere, and I'm going to just up the sub Ds on this, maybe something like 4. And we could even make this a little smaller. So we have this sphere, and then we have this outer bound. So the question is, how do we get it to smudge or constrain itself to that boundary? So for this, we actually want to use a raycast node. We're going to basically look at every vertex on this sphere and check if it's outside this cube. And if it is outside, we want it to basically smush or flatten to whatever that mesh or that boundary is. So the main trick here is to use the raycast node. And our target geometry is this boundary. And for clarity, I'm just going to rename that to boundary. And I'll leave this as sphere, which our geometry node stack is on. And basically, we want to take every vertex position, like I said. So I'm going to just do position.
Oops.
And when the object is here, let's say, just like a little bit
Position.
outside, we basically want to raycast from the opposite direction of the normal to the outer side of the boundary. And the reason I am raycasting backwards is basically, I'll show you with, I don't know, I'll do another cube here just so you can see. When I turn on face orientation, it's blue. If I, let's say, delete this one face, you'll see the inside of it is red and the outside is blue. So this means the normals are pointing outward, and here it's the opposite. So raycast only can hit things when the normal is blue, okay? So we have this cube set to wireframe, and if I were to change that to solid, you can see it's blue. So that's why we need to shoot backwards from these points to see if it hits anything. I'm going to switch this back to wire, turn off face orientation. Okay, so to do this, we actually don't want to do position. We want to do normal. Sorry about that, I forgot. And we want to do a vector math, and we'll do a multiply. Where is multiply? And we basically just subtract
Wait, oh, this is not the right
so
thing.
this switches the direction, and we'll plug this into ray direction. So it's pretty simple. Now we
what was it? Oh, -1. I see.
want to basically set the positions of this object. So I'm going to do set position. And right now it's going to just do its ordinary position. But we want to have a certain amount of it, the parts that are hitting, to get flattened. So one, we want to know which parts of it are actually hitting and have that in.
Oh, that scared me. Sorry, I just got alerted that Motion Studio has finished downloading. We might like take a bit of a detour, and maybe I might look up some videos on how Motion Studio works. Because it does seem very it does like it does interest me. It seems very, very cool. Or very interesting. I wonder how it works. It seems kind of like a... I mean, I can't really tell with these images. There seems to be some sort of nodes. At least in this preview that I'm seeing on Steam. Very, very interesting. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, I guess these is okay. The last video is just showing 10 seconds. Okay, I'll take a look at it. I might take a look at it once I'm done with Blender. I'll show it up on screen or something. Kinda, yeah. Okay. Well, that's done. Downloading. So we'll take a look at that once I am done with Blender for the day. We'll do that first before we move on to gaming, I think. Okay, sorry, let's continue.
In the selection node here, and then we want to set that position. So the hit position will actually work there, but now it's actually applying it to everything, the whole sphere, so you get this kind of crazy shape. So I'm going to actually do a vector math, and to evaluate which part is outside, I'm going to do a dot product.
Vector math dot. Oh, I don't think I've seen dot product be used at all. I don't know what that is.
And I basically do a dot product from the hit normal and this normal. And if I do something like a compare node, and I do less than, and I plug this in here, so this should work. Let's say I put it in the selection here, and then I'll say hit position. So now you have this area flattening out when it's outside.
Wait, sorry. Position. Hit position goes into position. Okay, yeah. I don't see. Wait, hold on. Okay, that's why I was like, I don't see my circle. Oh God. Bleh. It only works until like halfway.
The cube. So there's a few things we can do to clean this up a little bit. You'll see that their edges are a little bit jaggedy, so you could always up the subdivision and it'll get better. Depending on what performance you have, you could obviously lower it and do a subdivision a different way. But I also like to add a little bit of smoothing here. So, and I can set this to like somewhere between 1 and 2. Depending on what look you want and how hard that edge. Edges that you want.
Hold on.
I also want to set a set shade smooth. And one other thing to note is this origin, this little dot within our sphere here, if it goes outside the bounds, currently we're not taking care of it. Obviously, you could add more nodes, but I don't want to make this tutorial too complicated.
Okay.
So instead, I'm going to just add a limit location here, and I'm going to limit location of everything. And I think our cube is from -1 to 1. So now I can like freely.
Oh, wait, hold on. So -1. Oh, that's -2. -1. 1. Oh wait, this is in millimeters. Hold on, I need to fix this. I thought I fixed it last time. I don't know if I did though. Anyway. It didn't seem to... There we go. Okay. Ooh, the corners are still fucked, but... it's whatever. Oh shit, I need to sneeze. Alright, I'm back. It still works pretty decently, though. It's still pretty cool. Oh shit, wait, what? Wait, it's not working. It's stuck. It's stuck! Okay, there we go. That's cool, though. Alright, let's continue. We're almost done.
Move this sphere around and we won't encounter any issues. So that's the basic use case for this, or way to do it. I'm going to show you one more thing in case you want to instance a bunch of objects. And so in order to instance a bunch of objects, I could do something like a instance on points, and we're going to instance this. put it here just so we have more visibility of everything. And I need to generate some points. So I'm going to do a mesh to volume. And we could even take our original cube boundary because we want an instance inside this cube. And then I'll do a points to volume, or sorry, volume to points. Where is it? Mesh to volume, distribute points in volume. Sorry, that's what it's called. And we could do random and select this as our points. So I could obviously up the density. And change the radius here. So one issue here is when I'm using this this outer bound as the volume in which it's instancing, you'll see we sometimes get these instances that are on the edge of this cube, and like I showed you before, we want the origin of each sphere to actually be inside the boundary. So in order to do that, I'm going to actually do a scale elements. Yeah, I think this is the right one. And we can just scale this down a little bit, and you see it's starting to contract.
Oh wait, did it work? Oh, it did. Pretty cool. I just need to push this back a little bit so I could organize this a lot better.
Inward. You could always plug this in if you want to see what's happening. So you can kind of see what this scale did. And we can obviously see where these points are distributing, see where this volume is, try and understand how we want to get it.
Oh, they're colliding with each other.
So something like that will create the points inside the cube or the outer boundary. Okay, so this is all nice like so, but I'm actually going to make it slightly bigger because I want to show that smush effect that we did. So this should be working, right? But it's currently not flattening on these edges. So the reason for that is because we instance these instead of just using the icosphere. We're going to have to realize the geometry or realize the instances, and then it'll start to work. There's one more thing I want to show you, and that's the ability to actually change this mesh. So I could actually just go in here and create a curve, and you'll see we still have this mesh, and these objects are constrained and smushed against a curved surface. To me, I think this is really cool and lets it be super versatile. If you want the project files, sign up to my Patreon, and if you like this, please drop a like and a sub or even a comment. Be greatly appreciated, and I'll see you in the next one. Thank you.
Oh, okay, that was it. Pretty interesting, like I said. Oops. It tickles the brain how I could use this. I'm not gonna try to do it now, but I think it'd be interesting to sort of have this effect on like a glass plane or something, or like any object, honestly. So that when someone like tries to grab like a cup, there's like real squish effect. You know, actually, there's not that much squish. But you know what I mean. When, like, you put your hands on, like, a window or something. And on the other side, you could see, like, your hands being squished. I wonder if that works. I'll have to give it a try at some point. Anyway, let me save this real quick. It was a pretty good one. I was looking forward to learning this one. It's pretty cool. Alright. This is literally like 5 minutes long. I don't know if I'm going to follow along because I believe, unless it's like super interesting, I believe I've already done something like this in one of the other videos. But I want to see how he does it. And it seems like he set it up to have a bunch of different modifiers. So let's just take a look at this.
cgessentials.com, back with another Blender Geometry Nodes video for you. So I'm trying to highlight some of the cool stuff that's happening in the community as a part of the whole Geometry Nodes getting built out and getting new things added. So this week I wanted to highlight a very cool Geometry Node setup that basically builds an object out of Legos inside of Blender. So let's go ahead and just jump into it. So a lot of you might remember a while ago we did a video on this awesome EV real-time waterfall shader. So this new Geometry Node setup is from the same author. It's from Ben, BBBN19. You can follow him on Twitter to see some of the cool stuff that he's doing. But this week he's put out a Geometry Nodes Lego assembly. And basically what this does is this builds this Lego assembly using geometry nodes, using the proximity modifier and everything like that. So first off, you can download that by going to his Gumroad page. So note that you can download that for free. So to help guys like Ben keep creating really cool stuff, if you can afford to donate to him or pay a little money to get this, I'd really appreciate if you did that just to support him so he can keep going. But I did want to kind of talk through what this does and kind of the way that it looks. Again, I'm not a Geometry Nodes expert, so if you want to check out the nodes, you can download this and check it out yourself. But basically what it does is if you were to click the play button right here, what it does is it uses proximity around an object right here. So in this case, it's called the effector, in order to build a grid object inside of Blender. And so you can see how this comes in here, and this actually builds this around that object. And so one thing to note about that is this is live, meaning if I was to move the effector around, you can see how that's going to affect what the Legos are going to do in real time inside of Blender.
It doesn't have to just be Legos.
He gets in his
be anything
in his files is fantastic. So the way he set up the lighting in here looks really good as well. But basically, what's going on here is you've got your geometry nodes for your actual creation itself, and it's putting these on a grid somehow. So if I tab into edit mode, for example, you can see how there's different grids in here. I'm not sure exactly how that's set up, if these are in here as surfaces. They look like they're in here as planes, but I'm not 100% sure.
I think I did this in the other tutorial that I followed. Forgot. I think it's like, I forgot what it was that makes it act like this, but there's a certain selection you can pick to make it grid instead of random, which I believe is what he used. I could always download it to see.
And your
I might do that.
geometry nodes are setting the location of these objects. And so if we click on this object, you can see what options are in here for the geometry nodes. And you
I think I could see how he did it. Obviously he made like flat pieces, these little, I guess like stud pieces, and then these like pyramid. Put them in a collection. And yeah. Very interesting, though. I do like that, though. I'm able to sort of understand now, after doing a few tutorial videos, how he could have made this. Which is, I guess the reason why I started doing it this way.
You can see how the way he's created this animation is he's keyframed the fall-off radius around that object. And so when he keyframed the fall-off radius, what it's doing is it's pushing all those objects away based on their location relative to the effector. So for example, if I was to move this out like this, notice how the location of the effector is driving what's in here right now. You can change the way that this animation works by changing some of the options inside of the nodes associated with the grid. So for example, notice how I can adjust things like the randomization by using this slider right here. You can also adjust the end offset.
That is pretty cool,
so if you
though.
want these to come in from the side as well as from the bottom, you can do that as well. So that end offset is affecting what direction those are coming in from when you're running this.
That I don't know how to do.
And so it's kind of interesting because you can play around in here and you can affect like the scale of the objects that are getting placed on the grid. So notice at the end, basically what these are instances being placed on the grid. So they've got a little bit of randomization applied to them as well, just to give them the look that they're placed in here, but they're not exactly exact like you'd see on Legos. But you can use this to affect that. And then we can take a look really quick at the nodes if you want to see them. What's happening is the fall off.
Look at how that's organized. That's so cool.
That's in here, which you can adjust inside of the geometry nodes, is affecting what's happening to these objects. So I suspect if we were to go into weight paint mode, And so again, I'm not going to pretend to know exactly what all of this is doing. I can tell
Same.
that the fall off is driving when and where these go, but then down below this seems to be driving where the location and rotation is. So basically it's almost acting like a push or a pull. So as I move this, notice how everything is happening around that effector. So again, mostly what I wanted to do was just highlight what people like Ben are doing with geometry nodes and to encourage you to go support him. I want to do something where I kind of highlight cool stuff like this every week. So leave a comment down below. Let me know what you think about that. So again, go download this at the link down below. I'll link to some other videos about geometry.
All right. So yeah, it was actually very interesting. I wonder if the setup's still up. It is. Okay, cool. I might download this, check this out later. I won't do it now though. I want to move on. Since probably around 7 o'clock is when I'm going to switch off of Blender stuff and I'll look into the Motion, what was it called again? Motion Studio? That thing. I want to look into it a little bit and then we'll play some games. Very interesting though. That's really good too. The material he uses with like the blue pieces, they're kind of like transparent. Oh, and he also has like little Lego symbols on them. Very nice. Very nice. Also, there's no pyramids or these like slants in the middles, which I wonder how he did that too. Or maybe there is. Oh wait, this might be one right here actually, never mind. I don't know though. Either way, still pretty cool, regardless. Yeah, I don't really care. Cool. I'll look into that. I probably won't save this video because it's just him going, hey, look at this thing that I found from someone else. However, I will save the specific Gumroad. This is kind of like proximity as well. It's like a proximity Lego assembly. I did not spell assembly or proximity right. Alright. I'll check that out later. This is the one that it looks interesting. Dynamic water ripples with geometry nodes. Is there anything else? Let's see. Stylized scenes in Blender. Lol. You're texturing wrong. Probably, yeah, you're right. I wish Geo Node had a native physics solver node. I think that'd be nice. Yeah. That would be very nice. Okay. I'm gonna make a new Blender thing. I am going to quickly do this real quick though. Change this to meters and then go into preferences and save preferences. And hopefully all Blender nodes should have, or all Blender files should have this now. I don't really like having to build my own in nodes. Yeah, right? I think at that point it'd be very much like a game, I guess. Like a game engine. Alright, let's continue. Let's go.
Working on this
Oh shit, that's really soft.
Water ripple effect, which as you can see, updates seamlessly as we move any of these objects around. We can even move the water plane around and it all just works fairly flawlessly. And you can use it for more than just like stylized water. You can also use it for some crazy like sci-fi magic effects or something like that.
Ooh.
Let's just go ahead and hop right into it. Alright,
Force field
so
effect.
what we're going to start off with is activating the Node Wrangler add-on because I use it quite
Oh,
extensively.
okay.
And
I already have
recommend
that.
you it as well. All you have to do is go into Edit, Preferences, type in Node Wrangler. Alright, the first thing we're going to do is go ahead and grab ourselves a plane, scale it up a bit, apply that scale, and now for this effect to work, we're going to have to add a little extra geometry. So we're just going to subdivide it a couple of times so it's fairly high resolution. Then we'll go ahead, add ourselves a sphere, scale it down a little bit. We're going to go ahead and subdivide that as well. And we're going to click on the little subdivide in the corner and just turn the smoothness up so it stays circular. Alright, and now for the first thing we're going to have to do is hop into geometry nodes just a tiny bit.
Go to motionray.com to...
Wait, hold on. Are these... Wait, hold on. Oh, I think I accidentally put sphere into the same the same one. Hold on. I also want to make this bigger. Maybe do another subdivision. There we go. Okay, that should be fine.
You click Shift F3 and shortcut right on over there. Click it a couple times. There we go. We'll click New. We'll call this Ripples to stay organized, and we're not going to worry about the fact it's all caps.
He's moving very fast. Which, surprising that the video is 6 minutes long.
Alright, and then we'll go ahead and add a mesh proximity. I'll just type in proximity, geometry proximity node.
Oh.
We're going to take our sphere, we're going to click Shift M, we're going to add new collection, and we'll call this edges. Click OK. And then we're going to drag the edges collection.
Oh, new collection. It's fine. New collection. Call it, what is it? Edges?
Into our geometry nodes, click relative, and we'll drag this out and plug it right into one of the inputs. Sockets. Then over in the modifiers tab, we'll just make sure it's plugged in, which it is. Fantastic. Alright, we'll take the geometry into target, and then we're going to add a map range node, plug the distance into the value, and like so. Oh, and then we're going to add a realize instances node between the collection info and the geometry proximity. Then we're going to flip the min to 1, the max to 0, and that will be important later to reverse the effect. And then we're just going to take the 2min, plug that in as an input. We're going to, that's it. We're done with our geometry nodes. So we're going to go from here over to the shader editor. Let's hop into Eevee so we can see what we're doing. We'll click on the plane, click new, and then come on, there we go. For simplicity's sake, we'll just get rid of the shader for now. And then we're going to click... Oh, wait, nope. I forgot one thing we need to do in the... So, before we leave here, I forgot one thing. We're going to go ahead and go to Group. We're going to click our result. We're going to change it from float to a color. And that's it. That's all we need to do. In the Modifier tab, we're going to click on the result. We're going to just name it Color.
All right.
And then we're going to go back to the shader editor. in the shader editor, we're going to get a color attribute. We're going to call it color. Oh, I guess we have to create it first. All right, we'll hop down to the little 3 triangle vertex group button. We'll click color attributes. We'll add a new one. Color's fine. Make sure it's black as the default color. And now we will select it in our thing. And now if we go to surface, we'll see it's created this nice gradient going from the sphere away from it. And if we go to our modifier tab, and we can move this around, and it will change the size and darkness of the sphere. So the next thing we're going to do, we're going to click on our attribute. We're going to move it. We're going to create a value, and we're going to type in hashtag frame. Now, what this is going to do is it will
Where's my hashtag?
just match the frame
There you go.
number of this file. So if we click space, we can see it cycling up through the frames as it goes higher, and it will just do that forever or until the composition ends. Then we're going to get a math node, and we're going to add these two values together. We're going to copy our add, switch it to divide, and this will just allow us to essentially slow this down. So if this goes to, if we divide it by 2, when this gets to 80, this output will be at 40, and it'll just essentially make it climb slower.
Wait, what?
We're going to type in
What's
like
that?
75, a nice big value to slow it down a whole bunch.
Okay.
The next thing we're going to do, once my computer stops chugging from OBS, is we're going to add a noise texture. And we're going to plug this into the vector of it. And now if we click space, you can kind of see what the effect's doing, where we're going to, it creates this
Oh, wait, I hit space at the start of the video. Oh wait, space doesn't start the animation. It's for searching. We could still do it though. Oh wait, hold on. Oh, it's just it's creating light. It's like a fucking disco over here. What the fuck? I might have to reduce the what do I have to reduce again? Is it the value? No. Is it just geometry nodes? It's not doing what he's doing. Did he mess with something that I wasn't paying attention about? No. Yeah.
radiating outward circle. And that on its own is pretty cool, and the possibilities are...
I wonder why it's not doing it the same way his is. I feel like I need to reduce something here. Oh wait, to men. This one? Oh, it doesn't do anything. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe, I might have to look back and see if I did something wrong. Ow, my face. It is fluctuating though in color. Let's stop that.
Are pretty enormous, but we're gonna go ahead and use it.
No, it is 3D. Okay, I was making sure.
For water ripples today. To solve this sort of blinking issue here, we're going to copy our add node again, set it to multiply, and then multiply it by the initial color attribute again, and that will just say if it started black, keep it black, and
Oh, nice. Let me just get a, what do you call it again? Timeline? It's not, mine is not doing that ripple effect. It's because this isn't enough. Those look very blocky. His looks a lot smoother. I don't know if I should divide. Okay, it doesn't really change anything. Obviously, it's less blocky if I do use a subdivision, but... What's the top left? Red node? What, this one, the color attribute? Yeah, sorry. Wait, hold on, let me stop the animation. Same as in the video, too small for me to see properly. Oh, that's top left, sorry, my bad. Only top slot is in use. Oh, wait. Oh, you're right. I'm using the alpha. Oh, and there must have been a misclick then. Oh, okay. Thank you. that was the fix. I could subdivide this again. I think it's fine. But yeah, that was the answer. Thank you. I think if we see it now, it should look correct. Yep. Looks good. Crazy that you caught that though. Jesus. With how small the video is too. Thanks a lot though.
Cut that off and keep it black. This is like super solid, and we want it to be a little bit more broken up and interesting shaped. So we're going to add a mix RGB. Don't know why it isn't showing up there. We're going to mix RGB, and we're going to plug. Let's give ourselves a little more room here again. We're going to plug our output of our add into one socket, and then we're going to click Control T on the noise texture, which will give us a mapping and texture coordinate node. We'll switch it to the object input.
No.
And we'll plug that into the second spot on here. And we'll plug.
Who is this channel, please? Oh. Oh, I guess it is very small. You can't really see it. It's Benjamin Weimer. This is his create dynamic water ripples with geometry nodes and this crazy trick, Blender 3.6. It seems really interesting. Okay, so plug the mapping node into the color 2.
Plug this not into scale, but into the vector.
Oh, that looks weird. No problem.
And this will give us more control over how distorted it is. So as you can see, if we go all the way to this end, it's just the circlies again, and this end, it's just still. And we're just going to take it off the circlies just a little bit. So it gets a little detail here, while still being nice and circly. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and add a color ramp so we can actually control this. Let's move this above here. Let's add a color ramp after the multiply. And now we can really pull this in a whole bunch, pinch in this side as well. And now you can really start to see
482.
And now we can really pull this in a whole bunch.
And that one was, what is it, 2227. Oh. Cool.
pinch in this side as well. And now you can really start to see kind of the effect we're going for here. And now we can also play around with this noise texture to really dial in this effect a little bit.
I want to organize this a little bit more. Very messy.
So let's start off by taking the detail, the roughness, and the distortion all to 0, and just that'll make it smoother and make it, I don't know, if you're doing like stylized water, I think that works a little better. If you're doing other effects, you can turn those up and just play around with it. So you find what looks good. And now we've got kind of this, I think that's pretty good. We'll do a size around 10 for now. Let's turn this up a tiny, or down a tiny bit more, so it's a little more circle-y. All right, and now to actually like mix this with another.
Okay, so I'm just like checking stuff. Mine does look a bit different, but I think that's fine.
Material, what you'll do is you'll use this, essentially this output here, as a mask for whatever else you want to do. So what we'll do for this is we'll just add a mix RGB, put that into the factor.
Okay, fair enough. Mix. Oh wait, no, this mix. We need a mix color.
Change the top one to whatever we want our watercolor to be. So we'll do like a greenish blue, and then the bottom one we'll just make white, and that is literally it for the rippling water. You can obviously add more effects on top of this. Say if you wanted to do water waves or anything else, you could just plug that, build that out as complicated as you wanted to, and then plug it into this top socket here for the watercolor. What we'll also do is add the principled BSDF back in, so it's an actual shader, not just glowing. I can see it kind of reflects the light.
No, I have no light.
You can use this in roughness to make the ripples less rough and the water more rough. You can just plug that straight in to kind of show you what I mean. And now you can see the blue is like perfectly reflective and the white is perfectly rough.
I plugged it into the roughness, I see. I don't really have anything to reflect, so I think it's fine. I think if oh no, I am there. There we go. Very cool.
Which kind of gives it like the look of bubbles, whatever. For what we're doing though, we'll just leave it as is because it's nice and simple and stylized. For the other stuff I was showing, before we go on, let's go over how you add stuff to this sphere. How do you make like more stuff for it to reflect? And all you have to do for that is just add stuff to this edges collection. So we'll go ahead and grab ourselves we'll say a cube. It's in the collection, so it's fine. We can just multiply that out. What we can even do is grab something like a photo scan. We'll just pop into the asset library, grab literally anything, as long as it's in the collection, and you'll see even pretty complicated meshes are handled fine. Let's find something that's a little bit rockier, like rocks per se. And as you can see, it still works with all the individual little bits. And if you want these ripples to be bigger or smaller, you can make them more or less based on this. If you want the ripples themselves, like each individual little ripple to be
Oh, okay. Yeah. This is a cool one, actually. I really like this tutorial. I knew I was gonna like it. It seemed very interesting.
smaller, what we can do is we can hop back into the shader editor, I'm just using Shift F3 and F1 to switch between stuff here as a hotkey. And we can either change the scale here, which will add some detail to it. We can, come on computer, you can do it. We can change this color ramp here to either clamp it in, clamp it out. You can also change the effect if you want it to be really sharp, like a very standard kind of cartoony effect. You can use the constant, which will give it this sort of sharper effect. And if you wanted to do more larger ripples, what we can do is we can actually adjust the texture coordinate that the noise texture is plugged into. So we can hop down to the scale here, and just, if we wanted to say have longer ripples, we can switch the scale to, on X and Y, to 0.5 and 0.5. And as you can see, they're even longer now. We could even go further. We can do 0.1 and 0.1, and now you'll see they're almost complete circles. I don't want to go quite that crazy. And you can use that in combination with the color ramp and the min to really dial in the effect you want. So let's say we want this but a little bit larger. We don't want them to be quite so big, so we'll really clamp this down, but now they're too small there, so we can hop back over here and turn this up even more, which will make them like really long, thin ripples, which is like a completely different look. And you can completely just customize that and tweak it to your heart's content or match whatever effect you're going for. Let's kind of tweak this back to a more middle of the road kind of effect. And now let's touch on how I made those sort of more magic-y effects and how just some other ways you can use this. So let's go ahead and in this material, instead of just plugging it into this switch here, what we're going to do, we're just going to leave that as fine. It shouldn't actually matter.
Oops.
Come on, you can do it. There we go. We'll take color into alpha. Then we'll click N to pull out the side panel. Go to options, switch it to alpha clip in both shadow and blend mode. And now you can see it's just little bits poking out. In fact, let's go ahead and turn this up some so we can see it more. And now we can turn the emission to our blue color or literally any other color you want. Let's go like purple because I think it'll be cool. Then we can turn the emission strength up. And we get this sort of effect.
Oh, that's really cool.
And then you can add any other shape. Like you're not restricted to just doing planes. So we can get ourselves a UV sphere. We'll add it to, we'll just move it somewhere that'll be kind of cool, that'll be intersecting with a lot of this geometry here. We'll link the material to the plane, and you can see that doesn't done anything, and that's because we need to also link the modifiers. So we'll click Control L, copy modifiers, and it goes completely crazy, and that is because it is inside our edges collection. So we'll just pop that up into our normal collection, and as you can see, it's kind of working.
Very cool.
If we apply scale, it'll go a little bit smaller. And now, something else to note about this is it's reliant on the geometry in the sphere. So let's go ahead and into edit mode. Select just the sphere. And we'll subdivide it, let's say twice. And now you can see this effect will follow the edges a lot nicer than it does when it's low poly. And we can even do like, could even go crazy with the shapes. You could even do it on something like a Suzanne. We'll see how well this works. So we'll Control L, copy the modifiers, copy the materials, and then we'll move it to the collection. We only want this one selected. Scale it up. Apply scale. Let's also do some more stuff with our collision stuff. Make a new shape. We'll duplicate them around some. And as you can see, even with this crazy shape, it still should work mostly fine. That was probably too low poly as well, so we'll go ahead and subdivide it a couple times. And you can get some really, really neat effects with this. Let's also cover one way to kind of thicken the effect, as it were. I don't know the exact right term, but if you look at it from a steep angle, you'll see it kind of disappears. And one way that's pretty cool, you can kind of remedy this, is to go ahead and add an empty. We'll just do a plain axis on here. And then we'll add a array modifier. And we'll turn off relative and turn on object offset. And let's also make sure it's below the geometry nodes modifier, because that will help it be more performant and won't change the effects at all. We'll turn it up to like, say 10, tab object, we'll select the empty that we just created, and then we'll grab this empty and we'll scale it down just a little bit. So that means each recursive iteration of this sphere is being scaled slightly smaller, and since all of them have the same effect, it stacks them all up, and it kind of creates this thicker effect. Now, it kind of falls apart if you look on it from directly. You can see the individual layers, and that can partly be remedied by just adding more layers and scaling this so it's just a little bit different. And it really kind of creates this cool, thick effect that looks pretty neat, and it makes it a lot more versatile where you don't, if you just pan past it, it doesn't look as 2D, which could be handy. You can also use that for any other material thing. It's just a cool trick to know. And I think that's pretty much it, actually. I hope this was helpful. If you have any questions, go ahead and leave them below. Oh, real quick, before I go, let's just cover why it's more performant to have the array below it. It's simply because if you have it above, it then has to query all of that geometry in the geometry nodes tree, whereas if you just have it on the first one, it only needs to check on that one sphere, which means it's the number of vertices times this number if you have it above. Because if you have, say, 5 vertices and you have 2 layers, it's 5 times 2, so you have 10 vertices you have to query. If you have 9 times, like, 1,000 vertices or whatever this is, you have to multiply those two numbers together, and that's how many vertices it needs to check for the proximity node.
Okay, that was good. I really like that one. Very interesting. All right. So, we only have a few left. And by a few, I think we have, what is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 9? Wait, no. 12 videos. That might grow, depending on if there's any other ones that pique my fancy. But yeah. We have turn anything into rocks, self-wrapping ribbons, cobweb generator, lightning arcs, the fastest fuzz you can't touch, procedural tentacles, waving tentacles, self-building surfaces, every node in Blender geometry, part 1, part 2.
Hey, welcome to...
And part 3. And finally...
Where?
Use so many fucking ads. Modular virus. I'm watching Intro to Nodes video myself right now. Oh, that's pretty nice. That's pretty cool. Not a bad shout. But yeah, we still have, what was it again? 12 videos to watch. We'll do those tomorrow. Like I said, it's 7. I would like to move on to something else. I wouldn't say gaming, because this next thing I want to check out how it works. It's kind, I guess it is kind of like a game, but I don't know much about it. It's more of like a creative engine, maybe? I don't know. We'll see. Hold on. One moment. While I launch it up. Neojodes? Geo nodes are very interesting. I've seen a lot of interesting ideas so far. Can't wait to dive deeper into them moving forward. Okay, so I launched the Motion Studio. Once it's fully loaded in, I will put it up on screen so you guys can see what I see. Let me set it up then. Oh, first of all, let me take away the video. We're not watching any more videos. Let me hide away Blender, and let me close out of Blender. Okay, that. I guess I could do game capture. Apparently, it might take a few minutes to load in as it connects to the servers or whatever that means. Oh, login with Twitch. Yes, let's do that. Cancel login. Oh. Read the channel stream key on your behalf. Sure. Cool. Okay, what is this? Oh, wait, hold on. You're about to use chat interactions with they spelled first wrong. What? For the first time. You're live. Your viewers can now interact with your clubhouse by sending chat commands associated with triggers you created. Use the triggers overview panel on the left, see documentation, to enable the triggers that you want your audience to use. Choosing acceptable auto-enable chat interaction every time you start streaming on Twitch. You can also change the behavior. Okay, I'll hit accept. Why not? Who cares? Football has surprised vertical effects and interaction with the ground up on matches. Let me check out. Screen is very odd. Friends, we had TwitchCon 20. Okay, that was old. Dashboard. Okay, I don't know how this works. I'm being honest. Also, it's very. I think it's lagging. Or is that just me? No, that's not me. Oh, I think it's. Wait, no, it's still very laggy. So we have some templates. We have an empty template. Congo's Clubhouse, GG Television 2 Studio, Modern City, Neo, Dragon's Roots, some mini games, My Clubhouse. Okay. I guess I am kind of reminded by like the way VR chat works. Let me put this up on screen. I think that's fine now. Is there anything here that I shouldn't show? I don't think so. Anyway, whatever. So this is what I'm saying. Let's check out the mini games. I don't know how any of this shit works. I'll have to look at the document. Whoa, what the fuck? I have a little screen. Or like a preview screen. Okay. Start play mode. Huh. I don't I don't know how this works. Oh wait, this is the editor. Oh fuck. Okay, so I do have like some sort of node system. What is this? Spinner hotkey or spinner chat command on success. It sets active. It pulls the lever. it spins with name, text, number. Oh, the name gets sent out. Value, update text. It plays particles, it plays particles, it plays particles, and it plays particles. Wait, can you guys see that? Yeah, you can. Grill them. Play particles set as active. Okay, the zoom in is very sporadic. Spin on spinner. Update text. Grilling. Set active. Stop particles. Update text. Oh, I don't know how. Chat integration. Name of chat integration allows your Twitch viewers to interact with Clubhouse for sending the chat. Okay, I already saw this though. Okay. Okay. I wonder, should I even show this or should I show the preview? The preview is very small. I could scale it up. Oh, it does work. Oh, wait. Oh, what the fuck? You guys can see the preview now. That's weird. That's really weird. Hold on. Let me resize this so it's not like bad. Oh, and now it's gone. Because okay, that's weird. Wait, hold on. Let me... Okay, now it should be fine, right? Want any good tutorials? Yeah, I have. I wrote some of them down. Actually, I think all the tutorials that I did, I wrote down. Hold on. Oh, okay, it disappeared, whatever. There's this really interesting water ripple one, which is really good. Yeah. Wait, hold on. It's kind of odd. Yeah, sorry, give me 1 second. He's waiting for videos. There are too many tutorials. Yeah, right. I feel like all the tutorials I watched though were pretty decent. Oh god, this is like forever on my screen. Oh yeah, that is bad. Here's the video, by the way. The water ripple effect. It's really good. It was a really good tutorial. Doing stuff like this. Oh, I see. Wait, does this actually work? Hold on. Apparently, if you type in spin, it'll spin. I'm gonna try it out. Hold on. Spin. Did that work? I don't think it worked. Okay. Unless it takes a second. I don't think it worked. Oh, you have to put exclamation mark. Hold on. Ooh, I don't think I don't think it worked. Okay. It's very hard to see what's going on. I convert high poly mesh cinema map easy enough now. What? This one was comparing the texture into our mouth, but you wonder using a way to copy normal texture in Blender. Oh really? Oh okay. Hmm. Oh god. Well, let me try this again. I see nothing happening. Okay. I don't know how this works. It's fine though. Is it but oh, okay. Good luck with that then. What is this? Bar preview, camera position, time lapses. Trigger overview. Oh, I could trigger automatically. Oh, you guys can't see that, can you? Oh, you can. Oh, well, there you go. 5. Interesting. The fuck is the grill? I can't even read what those words say. Burn my darlings. The fuck? Oh, that's why. It's 'cause it's fucking far away. Burn my darlings. Toasty snacks. What does that say? Smoky Goomba. Oh, it's a Goomba. The fuck? I don't know if that's necessarily like a good thing. What a weird thing they built. It just goes back? What? How odd. How do I leave? Wait, hold on, let me exit out of this. Oh, and then I switch back to this. Okay, that's fine. Spectre. Scene hierarchy. Go to dashboard. Okay, there you go. Let's try out this other one. Actually, let's go. Let's just go here. Okay, don't worry, there's Wi-Fi. Okay. What is that? Here it has height to normal map filter. Alright, what do we have here? What kind of interactions do we have? We have different cameras. Oh, that's very interesting. Oh, you guys can't see what's happening. Hold on. How does that look? So I could swap camera previews. Wait, can chat do it? No, chat can't do it. It's just like a scene with like a bunch of different not chats, sorry, camera previews. Very interesting. I could see how this could be useful. Hmm. Very interesting. Why is there a lot of like Nintendo stuff in these? There's the Goomba and now there's like Donkey Kong just like sitting there. Very, very, very interesting, I think. Let's look at some more. Um, the fuck is it? Linked camera view. I don't know what that means. Now we could go to the first camera view. Oh shit, sorry. The fuck? Sleeping? It feels like I don't know how to explain how I feel about this. It kind of lets you like make I guess like a room with different cameras you could swap between. Um, I guess if you were like some sort of VTuber, you could make a room for yourself. Oh shit. And swap to different camera angles. I guess. I wonder how that works though. Like how. Very odd. Not a bad thing though. Alright, let's check out one more. And then we'll probably switch over to something else. Holy shit, this one world is downloading so much shit. Why is it taking so long to load? What the hell? It had to install a bunch of shit, and now it's just not responding. We'll see. I'll wait a little bit longer, and if it takes too long, then I'll just switch over to, like... What should I play? I could do 20 minutes till dawn. Or I could do, Honkai Star Rail. Oh, I think we're in. Holy shit, look at all these fucking shit that had to load in. No wonder it fucking took so long to load. Look at this fucking... This fucking place. What is this magical altar that I'm seeing right now? Why would you need this shot? So you could stand at the bridge to wave high, I guess. Oh, that was pretty cool. Okay, obviously. Okay, this is the dude. Alright, well... Okay, what is this? Build your scrambling in here, but your imagination. Apparently this is an empty one. Oh, amazing. What is a display? Wait, can I like put like YouTube videos on here or something? Like, what the hell? Oh, display capture. What? Selection? 1. What the fuck? Is that showing my... That's showing my screen. What the hell? That's interesting. I don't know how I would use this. I'm trying to think. I don't want my I guess I don't know. I was gonna say, I don't want my stream to be like the majority this and then like a little screen where I'm actually doing Blender. I'm still interested though. I need to spend more time to look at this. I think I'm done with it though. I get the gist. You've got my attention, I guess. Is there any interactions? How do you add stuff? Shift A. Nope. Add magic cube, add display, add light, add object. The fuck is a magic cube? Whatever magic cube, but I don't want it. Monitor left. What are these? It's a way to like interactive. Oh, here we go. Look at this. What do we have interactive? We have watermelon, destructible, scoreboard, retro TV, bubble particles, dice roller, spinner level, UFO catcher, space cast launcher, fireball burst interactive, text label, skimming on vertical, lucky cat dropper. What the fuck? How do I do Twitch interactivity? Okay, this is definitely something I'm gonna have to look up. Don't answer the questions. What the fuck is the space cat launcher? What the frick? Oh wait, I know what this is. This is the launcher. Alright, yeah. Sorry. Like I said, we're done. I'll try to find some videos of this tomorrow. Take a look at it. I don't know if I'll watch them on stream, but I will try to see. Probably need to like install a bot or something. Or I don't know. I don't know. What is going on? Anyway. Oh, cool. Sorry, I was looking at some stuff. What should I play? 20 minutes till dawn or Honkai? Let's see. That's actually pretty impressive, though. Okay, sorry, I'm just scrolling through shit now. I do be scrolling. Honestly, I am very tired. Let's do a round of 20 minutes till dawn. I think at most 20-minute videos. 20-minute videos? 20-minute game. Okay, hold on, let me take I'm taking my headphones off. Okay. Well, let me change the category real quick. Today was a good day though. We learned a bunch of shit. Looked at a bunch of stuff. It was really cool. I'm gonna check out that Mirror Studio stuff. Okay, sorry. Oh, I thought I heard something. So we have two people we can try out. We have periodically summon a tentacle that attacks enemies with dirty damage, or summon a crow that inflicts curse. Curse deals damage equal to 20% of your bullet damage. We also could unlock someone. Should I play as? I did unlock this person. We also haven't won with this person. Yeah, let's do tentacle stuff. But We haven't tried a few weapons. Kinda wanna try out the knife. Sounds interesting. I don't know how it works. And then I'll spend the rest of my runes on like upgrades or something. What should I upgrade? I think like this HP one sounds pretty good. Okay, that's the most I could do. And then I'll upgrade this. Okay, let's play. Elites have more HP. Fine. We already did all of these, which let's go back to forest. Let's like do a loop back. I guess we could do that. Do tentacles just stay there until they attack someone? Does this promote like staying still? Or, like staying in one place? For maximum like tentacleage? Alright. What synergy should I go for? I wonder. Maybe take aim, bullet speed, spread. I don't think I've gotten this one very often. Also, they want me to not shoot for a little bit, so I could like lock on, and then I can shoot all my bullets out. Having very little spread is probably really good for that then, since it seems like the bullets can go quite far. Smite. What should I go for? I'm just gonna get like straight up bullet upgrades. Some more damage would be nice. Bullet speed, bullet damage is not bad. Reload plus 2 ammo. Let's get the bit damage. Oof, almost got it there. Reload, that's not bad. Ooh, what does double bullet do? I kinda want that. That sounds sick. Okay, that's actually sick. You should pull behind you. How does that work with the targeting? I don't think that targets anything. Never mind. That's not the best, but it was the only upgrade there that I kind of wanted. All the other ones seemed kind of meh to me at the moment. Power shot. Yikes. I don't know what's gonna die due to the lock-in like not really being very reliable, so I have to be very careful. Reload. Let's do fan fire. Feels like these boats can travel for quite a bit. The issue is Fanfire forces me to like wait until I have like exactly 12 targets. So I use up all my bullets. Otherwise it doesn't work. Because this gun recharges or reloads really quickly. Fire rate wouldn't be bad. That sounds really fun though. I thought I got hit there, holy shit. The spread is really small, which is good. What is this? Unsuch tentacles deal 3% more damage. Okay, that's not bad. Buff to my ability, I guess. 3 bullets, fire rate. Let's do fire rate. I don't know if that actually helps me though, because I do shoot them all at once. But we'll get it. I did say I'm getting like basically like basic gun upgrades. And maybe some movement speed would be nice too. Honestly, it wouldn't hurt. Bullet damage, bullet size sounds pretty good. Wait, what is this? Ooh, penetration. That's not bad either. Let's get bullet size though. That seems pretty good. The tentacles do kind of mess up the locking since if they kill someone, I have to lock into someone else. But it's fine. They do one-shot these little guys. Which is pretty nice. Dodge, I got dodge chance last time. And I just like wasn't getting hit because I was dodging the entire time. Especially since I think it goes with movement speed at some point, which is just like a really good upgrade. And you get more movement speed then. I want to go that route. Either way, I only got it because it was the only good one there, or the only one that I wanted. Magic Lens, don't really care. Ooh, Assassinate. That sounds pretty good. I wonder if, does that work on bosses? I don't know. Either way, whatever. Oh, I dodged that. Holy shit, I dodged that. I dodged that too. I'm just dodging. I feel like the square is shrinking. Bullet speed. Yeah. Piercing 1. I feel like I already kind of pierces, but I may be wrong about that. Okay, I don't want that. Reload rate plus 24% minus 15 damage. When shooting your last ammo, call lightning on nearby enemies with 22 damage. I don't really care about that. It's all damage by 2 for max HP you have. That's not bad. Let's do that. Just like a straight up buff. No downsides. And now we're getting fucking shooty guys. Oh, I think I got a heal there. I didn't mean to pick that up. Dodge chance. You get nimble. It's pretty scary. I don't know where the bullets are gonna go. I mean, obviously they do since they're locked on, but I gotta be careful when you're walking around. Bullet, fire damage, max HP +1. The issue with more max HP is that it forces me to lock on to like yet another person, which stops me from shooting for longer, which I don't know if that's like a good shout. I could always pre-fire, like shoot earlier, but if I do that then I don't get the bonus for the like sort of spin shoot. Although I don't know if it's that useful. If I could get them all in one line though, it kind of shreds. I just gotta dodge a lot. But just about anything I lock on to dies, which is a good thing. It'd be a shame if that wasn't the case. But is this shooting when standing still? Oh, I don't know if I care about that. Rubber bullets sounds nice. It's a pretty cool playstyle though. I like the game's game. It's getting dangerous. Every time I shoot, I kind of like shred through a bunch of people. I don't know if having more ammo is good. I feel like it isn't. But whatever. Yeah, anywhere I shoot basically is left with like a gaping hole. Okay. Interesting upgrade time. Trick knife, bullet bounce +1. Bullets pierce is converted to bounce. That's good. I believe I have 2 levels of pierce. Max ammo plus 999. That means that any ability that requires me to shoot my last round will not work. Move speed plus 30%. Soul Knight's damage is increased by bonus to move speed. I kind of want the trick knife, honestly. That sounds pretty cool. Okay. Immediately, it's cool. Oh, that's so dope. Oh, I finally took damage. I didn't see that. Magic lens would be pretty good, since I kind of shoot in random directions like all the time. Sorry if you hear barking, I don't know why they're barking, but apparently I picked up health. I didn't mean to do that, but it's whatever. I was not at max. I feel like last time I picked it up even when I was at max health. It's kind of a bummer. I wish it didn't have that. Okay. What should I get? Oh, let's get this one, obviously. More bullets is more fun. Look at the little bullets. Ah, okay. This is immediately like a game-winning build right here. Holy shit. The damage, the bounces. I really like this weapon. It's really good. What is this? Oh, this is the gun I haven't gotten this gun mastery. Well, then for 0% fire my simul piercing +1, which means one more bounce. I like how like the tentacles kind of like took a bit of a back burner. Yeah, look at that. Everything's just like wide now. I know. Maybe a soul hearts would be nice. Start building up some defense. Although I am building up dodge. Yikes! Oh shit, I took damage. Shit, I took another heart. Oh, but I healed immediately. I don't like how dodgy these fish are getting. What is this? Some insensible slices off. Sounds good. Just like a good, decent upgrade, like overall. Alright, what is this? Death rounds. Bullets deal additional 10 damage. Nice, I'll take that. More damage is more fun. I don't think the bullets that I summon when I do the spin around bounce like all my other bullets. And it's a shame that the bullets that shoot out when enemies die isn't similar to my bullets either. I guess that makes sense. I think that'd be too overpowered, but still. I think it'd be fun. Actually, they do bounce, never mind. But they didn't. The thing they don't do is track. They don't track like my regular bullets do. Which I guess makes sense since I'm just firing them randomly, not actually tracking onto anyone when I shoot them, but still, it would be nice. getting so tired that like I don't know why my vision's getting blurry. Not like blurry like that sounded bad. I mean like I'm getting tired. I'm getting like droopy. You know, like back in the day, you used to be in school. You were like sitting down at your desk. I almost got hit there. What the fuck? What should I get? Movement speed. And your head would kind of like bob up and down. That's what I'm doing right then. Which is weird because this game is kind of like intensive, but at the same time, like my head's still, my brain is losing interest in this or whatever. Maybe it's because it's also samey in a way. After this game though, I'm calling it for the day. It's been good. It's been fun. That's enough for me. Oh fuck! I'm trying to get ahead. I could get +1 damage. No, +1 HP. Since I think it said like I do more damage with more HP. I might be wrong about that though. I don't know, people are coming by, so I'm gonna have to like shoot a lot more often. Just so I can do damage to this boss. Oh, here we go, we're about to get a lot more people. Two bosses. Start shooting soon. Walk speed, that'd be kind of nice. Please put attention to it by 2% when you get hit for 1 last few seconds. I don't really want that. Speed chip. Oh, we could get that again. Summoning damage, I don't really care about that. Okay, yeah, let's do Tome of Might again. Oh shit. But yeah, we'll do more Geo Node stuff tomorrow. I don't really care about that. Let's get more HP. But like I said before, the next, I guess, thing we're going to sort of hunker down and do like a deep dive on is rigging. I want to create a good rig for my characters. One that is really good for animation. What is this? It goes back twice as often. Okay, that's pretty good. That are good for animation. You know, bend well in all the areas. I want to get, I guess also in tandem with rigging, weight painting is also really important. I guess in that sense also topology might also be really important. So get magic lens. So I want to get better at that as well. Those would be my 3, I guess, topics. In order, obviously, most important to least important. Rigging, weight painting, and topology. What is this? 90 seconds? Oh, that's pretty nice. Oh, it doesn't really matter, though. do that. I don't know. Probably not tomorrow. Maybe the next day. It kind of depends on how I feel. If I find like any more like really good looking Geo Node videos, then I might postpone it a few days or something more. But that is the next thing I'm gonna do for sure. Bullet rate, potential retention, -5 ammo. That's not bad. I shoot faster. Or like shoot more often. What the fuck is that? Oh, that's a tree. Did I make the tree angry by shooting it a bunch? I feel like I figured that was gonna be a mechanic. It made sense in my eyes. I guess I'll get anger point. Since even though I don't want it to happen, it has a chance of happening, and if that's the case, then I should just accept it as a possibility. It's taking longer to lock in or something. I feel like it is. Let me take a look at that. We just need to move more. I don't think standing skill for this gun is the best way to play it and shouldn't do damage. Maybe when it's just getting hit, it also means getting hit and dodging. I don't know though. I'm not gonna guess. Either way, we're almost done. There's no way they can kill me in 8 seconds. Even if I'm reckless, I'm pretty sure I can survive with the dodging that I have. What is that? Wait, is it not gonna end? Oh shit, okay. Well, good thing I didn't fucking decide to be reckless, because let's do curse. I knew that they were gonna do something like this at some point. I thought they would do it a lot earlier though. Like, they're all boss at us before the game ends. I even asked about it the first time I played this. Hopefully killing this guy unlocks the weapon. It's like a weapon you can't, you have to like unlock, and it doesn't tell you how to do it. But hopefully this is the way to do it. It's like a sack. I wonder if that will do anything with the weapon. If the weapon interacts like this, that'd be pretty cool though. It's basically just like a large grenade barrage. Obviously it'd be a lot smaller in comparison to the boss fight, but still. Still cool. Oh, it's taking me a minute somehow. I guess that my eyes are starting to droop. I'm getting distracted. Although I do have a soul heart and I'm dodging. So I should be fine. I am like popping him though. And he's not going down. just gonna hold down the fucking button. I don't know why I didn't do that before. Such a dummy. I was trying to benefit off of the reload extra damage thing, but it's whatever. I wonder what you could have done with 999 bullets or ammo. Obviously you keep on shooting, but like, is that beneficial? I think, didn't you lose health for doing that? Or I might be wrong. Sorry, I was juking again. This motherfucker is not dying. I feel like I've eaten all the fucking jewels on the ground. I like how much I've been running around. Good thing I have dodging though, because honestly I would have been hit like multiple times. Sometimes I don't even try to dodge, like move out of the way of danger, because I feel like the dodging caught me. Oh, I killed him. And I unlocked... What is that? Like purple flower or something? A purple flower, sorry, red flower. Anyway, we did it. Let's see what we unlocked. Oh yeah. Watering gun. Summons a spore flower that deals 40 damage. After shooting spore flower 5 times, it launches 7 spores towards nearby enemies. That's cool. Okay, sorry, I thought we unlocked like a new place. Cool. Okay. I'll probably play that tomorrow. Maybe. With one of these other characters. Maybe have it like a fire. Or lightning. Or deer. I don't know. Either way. Like I said. Tomorrow, we will do more Geo Node tutorials. I'll look into the Mirror Studio thing. I don't know if I'm gonna use it or not. I do like the idea of sort of having interactivity in that way. And the idea of making mini games sounds interesting. But at the same time, I don't know if it meshes well with the things I do. Maybe if I were to make like in my resolutions a VTubing model and make sort of like a bit of a character or like style my stream in a certain way that I guess most VTubers do, then maybe it might be good, but yeah, I don't know. We'll see anyway. And yeah, we'll do that tomorrow. At some point, I will begin rigging. I still don't know what I want to do with that. Like I said the other day, I could re-rig Regulus, but that would mean that I have to sort of go back and get like an older version of her body, which shouldn't be too much trouble. I also have to sort of add more topology to the skirt to make sure that it actually bends well with the rest of the body. We'll see. Or I could always make a new character, but then always making a new character, that means that rigging is literally like the last part of making a new character. I don't know if that's the smartest idea. We might rig Regulus. I think I'm leaning towards rigging Regulus. Anyway. Yeah. Thank you for watching. Have a good day. That's it. I don't know what else to say. Have a good day. See ya. Bye.